believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party, where I am running for president, in case you didn't know. I am absolutely flabbergasted at the audacity of people who are so apathetic that they don't even know what they're doing to come into my show and disgrace me with their presence. So if you don't understand what's happening here, you don't need to be here. Either you're on board with a third party or go watch sports, news, weather. I don't care. Whatever you're into. We've got an evolving situation going on around the country where fake government-led riots, pretty much, they've been pretty much choreographed. I'm going to show you a man outside of the Minneapolis situation just yesterday or 2 days ago who said that the whole thing outside had bricks. Somebody dropped bricks right there. It must have been a drop from the government. They must have put bricks out there. There was no construction site going on there. He said, what are these bricks here for? So apparently somebody in the Minneapolis government wanted them to throw bricks and start fires. All of this we've seen so far has been an absolute put on by a government entity trying to create more racial strife, more civil unrest. And I will admit, there has been a need for brutality to be in check in this country. We've got to stop brutal cops. But this is not the way to do it. Thank you. The city of Santa Monica has gone down, literally shut down to the ground because of protests going on throughout the bag person community. It's live. Let's take a look at it. Okay. This is my old stomping ground in Santa Monica.
And it should be one of those days where everybody was just out enjoying Southern California and demonstrating at the same time. There's no reason you couldn't do both. No. But then when you have this type of thing, it detracts.
The message is skewed, it's lost.
Yeah, that's the problem.
There's
Because
a lot
you
of people
want a
involved
message
in
to
this
be
one.
sent. You want the message to be heard, you know? You want it to happen, and it's just, at some point, it does. You're right, it gets lost.
Well, see, shutting down our cities was the big phase 2 of this operation. Phase 1 was presenting some ridiculous theory that a virus was spreading and then shutting us in our houses and having us wear masks like ritualistic slaves. That was phase 1. Well, I'd love to be your leader, but right now we've got mayhem that's been inspired by George Soros. Now, Donald Trump made a point that he thinks Antifa is starting all these things, but he won't talk about George Soros being behind Antifa. That's the most obvious connection. George Soros has been funding Antifa for years. We've even had people, eyewitnesses who've received money from Soros say, yeah, he pays them. You know, they pay him. Oh, yeah. So violence at this point, at any point on either side, is only going to escalate the situation. That's pretty much a fact. So when Donald Trump said he's going to shoot the looters, he was inspiring violence. And in their minds, they were saying, well, we're going to get shot. We're going to loot. It's just like an open invitation to start doing it. And yet Donald Trump didn't shoot any looters. So why did he say that? Why did he say he was going to shoot looters? Yeah. If he didn't mean it. Well, like almost everything Donald Trump has said, he pretty much uses this crying wolf thing where he pretends like he's going to attack North Korea, attack this, and never does anything. So he's no longer a person who people can say is a man of his word. He's more of a man with many words. Lots of talk, no action. So we've got a president who's become kind of like a babbling Twitter idiot, and he can't even talk on Twitter properly without having disclaimers now. We have to come together as a nation. We have to bring both the left and the right in and galvanize the country under the banner of free speech, right to assemble, right to bear arms. We can't put ourselves together as a nation if we come at this from the communist leftist perspective. And the Antifa-crats are trying to push that decision. We can't come to the idea that you MAGA people are going to solve problems. You have no idea what problems are. Many MAGA people just want to pad their pockets with tax breaks. Which is, I understand, it's an important thing for you, but MAGA is not improving our country at all. It's making it worse. So Trump has been a very divisive president, just like Obama was. They didn't shoot anybody. They didn't shoot looters. They shot paintballs on the porches of their own homes. We have a moron running the government, exactly. Did you see this with the National Guard?
Pat, this is coming to us via Twitter. This is coming from the Whittier neighborhood. I don't know if there's sound on it or not, but these are police officers moving through the streets of the Whittier neighborhood.
Wow.
Oh, I did see this. This is...
Get inside! Get in your house now! Let's go!
Whittier.
Inside now! Get in the house!
Get in!
Wow. So they're shooting paintballs at homes to keep people in their house. They're instigating martial law without even calling it martial law. This is illegal. You can't do this.
You okay?
Unless you've declared martial law in this area, they can't do this. They got paintball all over it. Wow.
So we'll replay it, but you can get an idea of just how serious people are, where they're literally walking down the street, and if you pay attention, you'll hear the police say, get in the house. You'll hear several commands, and then you'll hear, light them up, and then that's when you get the fire.
Okay, that posted a video on Twitter after 9:30 p.m., which was just about not too long ago, showing it's not even 9:30 p.m. right now. What day was this? That was yesterday. They were imposing a curfew in the Whittier neighborhood in Minneapolis. Okay. Well, we know the National Guard's there, but what kind of National Guard? That's the question. I mean, are they the kids that were standing there pretending to be a National Guardsman? You gotta wonder. All right, we've got a couple stories to bring you, folks. We've got a truck piling into I-35 in Minneapolis. Didn't hurt anybody, but I'll bet you the truck driver got hurt and most of his stuff was vandalized. Watch this clip. as the truck careens into the freeway, which is rightful place to be, mind you. He was going down the road.
And how do you stop?
And here's that video, Jennifer. Oh my gosh, the speed at which that that truck approached, and even some of the brave people attempting to slow it down. And then look at how quickly
the brave people attempting to slow it down. Now watch them pry open the side door of the truck. This guy is toast.
They tried to get close to stop him, or stop the driver.
And how do you stop? You know, that's a.
Oh, they got the door open all right. You saw it flip open there. Oh yeah. So this is one of the many situations that's evolving right now with a president that likes to incite riots. Yeah. When Donald Trump said he's going to shoot the looters and never shot anybody, it's like, okay, so you're just saying you're full of crap and you can go ahead and piss people off? Is that what he's saying? Because Trump is not making any statement about public safety or about stopping police brutality. And the district attorney in Minneapolis has yet to come out with a statement about prosecuting Shavas. No statement. They got Shavas in another county under suicide watch. His wife is divorcing him. But there's not one statement from this guy. Look at this worm of a man trying to say, well, we're going to make this right. No, we know that this man, George Floyd, was physically brutalized with a guy holding onto his neck. We saw that. Whatever happened after that, we're still a little unsure about. But look at this worm of a man.
Our office has been flooded with calls, many as 1,000 a day, as well as email and social media from people in this jurisdiction, in this state, and throughout the country. The main question is, what are you going to do about the murder of George Floyd? We are going to investigate it as expeditiously, as thoroughly, and completely as justice demands. Sometimes that takes a little time, and we ask people to be patient.
We don't have time. What the hell? Just make a decision to prosecute the guy and you'll calm about 14 neighborhoods down around the country. What the hell?
We have to do this right, and that's what we'll do. I will say this, that video is graphic and horrific and terrible, and no person should do that. But my job in the end is to prove that he violated a criminal statute. And there is other evidence that does not support a criminal charge.
Like what? The guy, George Floyd, was a porno star? That's not really relevant. The fact that George Floyd was a man who's reaching 46 years old and could have heart disease? Maybe, but he didn't justify having a guy literally kneel on his neck for 8 minutes. George Floyd could have been maybe suffering from cocaine abuse at the time. Maybe a tox screen would be done by now, you'd think. But no, they haven't even come out with a tox screen on George Floyd. Is George Floyd even dead? Do we really know that? The fact is, this guy should have acted, and had he acted, had the mayor fired his ass and put another prosecutor in there to do something, instead of being a worm that the mayor is, he's obviously some sort of a libtard. His attorney general is an Antifa member. You Antifocrats are really the problem. And the city of Minneapolis was handpicked to deploy their major new move. Our government has been funding certain weak cities like Baltimore and Minneapolis that are caving into the potential for the new technology that they're introducing, the riot control. You see, Minnesota is one of the first to go fully 5G ready. And there's no surprise to me that the origin of this strike or whatever is going on by our government, putting out interlopers, starting major problems. It's no doubt to me that this 5G network would have been, installed first and foremost in Minneapolis because they want to test their weapons out. Theoretically, they could have a weapon because we haven't tested the 5G for safety in America. That raises the question, could it be weaponized? Of course. I've got a couple of pictures I want to show you of the cop that came in and started bashing windows out. Right at the bottom of the window, he knew where to go. He literally did that yesterday or 2 days ago when he started the rioting going on there in Minneapolis. He's the guy that was literally taking that hammer right there, bashing the windows in AutoZone. Why would a St. Paul police officer be doing that unless this was a planned insurrection by our government to start a race war or whatever the hell they're trying to do? Started it up, and then they turned the George Floyd thing into a massive news event. This is how it starts, with a government agent starting these things, not the people. The people would want to get along. Granted, there's some bad looters out there that really need to get their head put back into an institution. But remember, Donald Trump approved 67,000 people to leave our jails and our prisons over the past 2 months. So chances are 67,000 people, that's probably the rioters are probably the ones that were in prison and haven't had a home to stay in the past couple weeks. I wouldn't doubt those are the prisoners that were released 2 months ago. So yeah, perfect place to do it. Minnesota, Minneapolis, deployment of the 5G wireless system everywhere. A totally untested safety issue, major concerns across the board. So, okay, let's see what we have here. I don't know what to think of that. Yeah. Camden, New Jersey, one of the world's most dangerous cities in the world. The cops are standing with us, not against us. Protesting beside us. Look at that. That's very interesting. Thank you. I am relaxed. I'm just not happy at all with the outcome of Donald Trump's behavior. Obviously, his statements have been inflammatory across the country. These people are standing in solidarity with cops. Look at this. In all other cities that are protesting, you see the cops standing against the protesters, but here in Camden, New Jersey, one of the world's most dangerous cities, they're standing with them. Camden, stand up. You've made history. Right on. Okay, so will rioting go on like it's going on in Santa Monica, California? Let's go to the live feed.
We don't know what the police department is going to do, the ones that are arriving right now with the fire department, if they're going to talk to those people right over there, or if they're just going to give the force protection for the firefighters there. We just don't know.
You know, we were talking about that early, Derek, concerns sometimes about the firefighters. They show up to put fires out and to save lives and property, and you know, it's difficult enough, and then to have to be worried about their backs, you know, like something may happen to them or their equipment. And we've been told that they do have people watching to make sure that everything's good. You can see there the Santa Monica firefighter quickly extinguishing that fire, that vehicle fire. It's amazing the smoke that vehicles put out, that black toxic smoke.
A little flare up.
Okay, so clearly there's a problem going on in Los Angeles. They did get a picture of the driver of that truck that went into I-35 in Minneapolis and ran into the protesters. And believe it or not, they're arresting the man. Okay? As if being beaten up by the protesters wasn't enough, the cops are arresting the man who drove that semi into the I-35 area. He didn't willfully do that. He was just coming to a slowdown. What the hell? Anyway, a lot of confusion going on because our president and our leaders are the worst possible people on earth. Let's not forget that they're the ones that are literally bankrupting our country right now with an extra $6 trillion draw on our debt note to the Federal Reserve. You have footage for me? All right. This is proof there are no foreign cells here in the U.S. This would be a perfect time for terrorists to do a mass killing. Oh, well, there you go. Many people believe we haven't had a foreign threat even before 9/11. There are still people who believe that 9/11 may very well have been an attack on our government from within. Many people believe that the 9/11 Commission report was a cover-up. We can't move anywhere. We have to make a better place out of America. Right now, there's a group of criminals that have been let out into the streets by Donald Trump over the past 2 months that are now wreaking havoc in every city in America. This has all been staged. They release the criminals. What's going to happen is criminals are going to commit crime, right? I mean, this is all predictable. Even I said we shouldn't allow those criminals to leave the institutions where they could be quarantined. But no, Donald Trump just let them all out, 67,000 people out into the streets of America. That's what happens when you let criminals out of jails. Come on. I mean, this is simple stuff. NYPD cop cars deliberately drive into a crowd of George Floyd protesters in Brooklyn. Now, this is very disturbing. Let's watch it. Warning. Warning. Contains scenes some viewers may find distressing. That's from another angle. Okay. So why aren't they using the LRAD units that were available and every single SWAT team has one? The only answer to that question is they want this to be a major rebellion. They want this to break down. They want the social fabric of our society to collapse. The LRAD units are, every single county government has them, every city government has LRAD units, but they're not using them. If they want to disperse protesters, they kick on the LRAD units and bye-bye. Seriously. If we wanted, we could use the active denial system, which is out there, but our government's not using it because our government is behind this. Sending in a cop from St. Paul to start a riot? Come on. Putting out bricks in front of buildings so that people could throw them? Come on. Everything's pointing to this as a rigged attack, orchestrated unrest, if you will, that literally is funded by people like Soros. I hear you. Well, your cars are very dangerous. They're all weapons. That's the problem. You know, whoever thought this cockamamie idea up of triggering Agenda 21 ahead of the 2021 era really didn't understand what was going on. Yeah, Agenda 2021 rolled out a year early. They could never have pulled this off. This is bound for failure. Phase 1 of the COVID-19 fakery, that failed. They couldn't get the numbers up, so they told all the people in the nursing homes that they were going to take COVID-19 positive patients in there, killing off 30, 40,000, unnecessarily killing off elderly people in all these homes that were now cross-infected because of our government and its task force ordering that. That's murder, folks. Donald Trump and Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx, all of these people will be facing murder charges. You realize that? It's a felony. You can't order COVID positive patients to be distributed to most vulnerable areas like nursing homes. But that's just the beginning. The people in Donald Trump's administration that's seemingly working for the cartels, that needs to be exposed. I don't think we've ever really looked at that. We were waiting the past 6 months for Donald Trump to present his IRS tax returns for 10 years. We haven't seen any of those. And we haven't seen any proof at all from Donald Trump that he wasn't receiving money from Russian oligarchs. We've got 448 pages of the Mueller report that we still have as evidence against Trump, which is not exonerating him at all. William Barr is committing treason by doing the bidding of the Russian oligarchs. And so is Donald Trump. So we've got a lot of problems at the top of our country that's going to trigger ultimate unrest. Most of the things that have happened because of this lack of guidance and leadership by Donald Trump is because he's not adhering to the Constitution. He never could have legally shut down our economy if he'd adhered to the Constitution. Trump's bragged about, I shut it down. I shut down the greatest economy in the world. I shut it down. They told me to shut it down, so I shut it down. That's illegal. You can't do that. You can't shut down an economy involving people with free speech and free assembly and the right to have a business. So that didn't work, right? COVID-19 didn't get enough people in the hospitals. They were all empty. So they kicked on phase 2, where they're going to create another potential race war. Boy, we've seen this at Ferguson. We've seen this at Baltimore. Calmer heads prevail. I'm not Johnny Carson. And Ed is dead. So obviously we need to realize that this is another ranking effort by George Soros and the paid protesters to start yet another. We've been through Occupy, we've been through Ferguson, we've been through Baltimore. We've had all these things play out, the scripts played out. This is another one. It's playing out the same way. This too shall pass. I didn't know Alex Jones was my friend. He's never contacted me. Oh, your friend? Not my friend. Alex Jones is a controlled op guy. He's complete COINTELPRO. He's just designed to create more of a problem. So what happened, Alex? I didn't see his clip. Was he out there saying, "You're not going to believe this, but the writers have a very, very important point. We're triggering a race war"? I mean, who knows what he said? Yeah, Fauci's mini-me, Trump is Dr. Evil, whatever you want to do. It is what it is. They're all committing murder. They ordered all the COVID positive people to be with the elderly. That's a murder charge right there. Dr. Birx will be facing a count of murder. Dr. Fauci it'll be genocide too. Because over 4,500 people were infested and were sent to the nursing homes, spidered out. 4,500 people, literally infected COVID positive people, were sent to the nursing homes. Do you realize what that means? They seeded the nursing homes to kill people. Yeah, that was a bioterrorist act by our own government. That's all written in stone. I mean, they can't stop it. It's all public record now. Even, I thank Andrew Cuomo for at least admitting it wasn't his order. It was the federal order to do it. I'm not real happy with Andrew Cuomo because he doesn't want to investigate murder. That's a problem. But I'm thankful that he alerted us to the federal order, said that he had to do that. I would have been blaming him. And not rightfully so either. Just because he wears nipple rings doesn't mean he's not, I don't trust the guy. He doesn't want to investigate murder, but I mean, I don't think he's the cause of the problem. Oh yeah, I think he lies too. I think he wanted to pad his pocket with COVID-19 patients and get more money for New York. He even asked for $60 billion in the budget, which is absurd. Video appears to show a National Guard MPD shooting paint rounds at citizens on their porch. It's just, yeah, it's ridiculous. Now, normally I don't look at Snopes.com, but I found something rather funny, and I wanted to show it to you. They were trying to determine if there really was a child militia stationed and deployed in Atlanta a couple days ago. This video went viral of these young boys standing there with helmets on. Well, does this video show child militia deployed in Atlanta? They say false. I say, well, they claim that they called the National Guard in Georgia. They called the Georgia National Guard, and the Georgia National Guard confirmed that the video depicted only adult members of the organization, all eligible age to join. I don't know. It doesn't look like, it looks like Boys Town.
It's honestly weird. There's literally like a 12-year-old out here, 13, maybe 14. I don't know what the fuck y'all got running. Honestly weird. There's literally like a 12-year-old out here, 13, maybe 14. I don't know what the fuck y'all got running.
Okay, well, that's enough of that. But you can see that clearly Snopes is wrong, and clearly the Guard is wrong. There's something very wrong. We got young 12, 13-year-old guys dressed in full National Guard regalia. Are they really that desperate to force the worst possible scenario, putting young men with weapons just to create the purge in America? That's not Live Connect, Purge link? Okay. Yeah, we saw the New York cops driving into the area. Elephant juice. 2 police officers who were killed in the last 2 days, both are so young, 29 and 24, both innocent, both left for work and didn't make it home to their families. Well, when the government decided to say they'll shoot looters, when Trump decided to say that, he was asking for it, especially not backing himself up. He put all the officers at risk when he said that. Either he meant it or he didn't. 2 young officers died because of this. Wow. And it's going on and on. It's not going to go away. These people who are running around were in prison a couple months ago. They're no longer in prison. Donald Trump let them out. Cuomo let them out.
You said the sun should...
Gavin Newsom let them out. Of course we got riots in our streets. They let out 67,000 prisoners. Hello? That's what happens. Now, this woman right here says, I will not be masked, tested, tracked, poisoned, or chipped to support this orchestrated lie. This is not my new normal. I do not consent. That's pretty cool. I'm glad she said what she wanted to and put it on Twitter. They're cracking down on Hong Kong. Yeah, that's part of a long-standing thing. Okay, Sarah's going to give me a break, even though today is Sanctuary Sunday. I told her she didn't have to do this, so she's very kind to do this. I was the one that expanded our 7-day show. It's not something that I wanted to ask her to do, but she's very nice to do this. So I'm going to let her take over the show. Thank you. All right.
Okay, I'm going to start a moment of silence. Just because. No, I'm just
yeah, really.
And we're gonna continue that silence for a full 30 minutes.
There you go.
No,
you could. I'm gonna continue a 30-minute.
I'm just kidding. How are you all? I woke up feeling like, I've been following, of course, I know what's going on in the world a little bit. I haven't been watching all of the news. I've been purposely trying to avoid some of the news. I did have well, yesterday was really nice. I enjoyed watching the launch of Dragon and all of that. That's not what I wanted to do. I enjoyed watching that with the 3 million other people that were watching. And then of course, David doing the show, and of course listening to the news, and my head isn't completely in the sand, so I know that the world there's protests all over the world and all of that, but you're upset that there's not riot trucks anywhere, and David was saying they could just respond with LRAD units or something, and they haven't done that. But yeah, after looking at like my Facebook feed and my Twitter feed, I'm like, I just want to unplug completely and I'd rather not get involved with what's going on in the world. And then of course Twitter and Facebook, it's like, if you don't say something and you don't promote stand with people, then you're against all this, and just, or you're on the wrong side, or it's just so. I believe violence begets violence, and I believe the only way for good is for kindness and goodness and Connect and Joy says, Sarah, it's people like you that need to live in a forest by yourself. David has thought of wanting to live in a forest, but not by himself, but with me. And I'm more like, I like my community. I believe my community supports each other. That's one of the things I believe about my community. I haven't gone downtown this weekend, so I don't know if there's riots in my community or protests in my community. I don't really think so. And then, I hear David and your guys' perspective, and then I hear my family's perspective. And I heard in some interesting news in, I think it was Michigan or parts of Michigan, that the police officers all went down to a knee and were like, you guys can protest. Purple Bite says the most important thing in the recent news is the Chinese sniper monkey invasion. You scoff, but they're watching you. The Chinese sniper monkeys? The sniper monkeys, okay. Well, I'm glad that COVID isn't in my home or looting. And you know, there are people who are like, well, when will you feel like you need to take a stand or something? And I think that is it. For me, it is. Gilda Radner says Michigan is a weird state since Hoffa was killed. Pretty but weird. I've never been to Michigan. All right, thank you for muting me. And when David gets back, yeah, exactly. Enjoy this moment of silence. I really hope not, Mariana Trench. I hope it's not some kind of Antifa summer or violence or anything like that. I really hope we can move beyond it. I think it's important to have discussions, conversations, but I don't believe it should be a looting or rioting or, I mean, I understand why rioting is happening, but I believe in peaceful protests. Exactly, Bengalitis. I see now you know why I don't have kids. It's like maybe the world feels like it's falling apart. I am not asking any of you to disavow anything. And I would definitely defend my property. Bengalitis says we can't have peaceful protests in the U.S. unlike other third world countries because people are easily incited by the CIA. Oh, and Vorpalbite thinks the riots and fires are his entertainment since he didn't get his stimulus. Yeah, I don't believe that solving their violence with violence is the answer. How dare you? Yeah, you're right, Elephant Juice. And Gilda Radner says you don't know any Amish with coronavirus. I'm not so sure about that. So there's UK, USA protests, Minneapolis protests, videos, Santa Monica. LA County has a curfew in effect, but people are still protesting. Is David my sidekick? I don't know. You think I need a sidekick? I would think David's kind of like my sidekick. People don't loot neighborhoods because that's where it gets real dangerous. Yeah, I could see. I could definitely agree with that. Mariana says no, David's not my sidekick. I need a sidekick. Why? Oh, David needs a sidekick that believes in all the things that he believes in. David needs a sidekick other than me. I could agree with that. You live by many Amish and you have, and they don't have coronavirus. I wonder. Pennsylvania has 68,000 cases. Lancaster County has 2,896. He needs someone, I don't know, Ed McMahon, but you think David needs someone to laugh at everything he says? That's probably a good idea. And Gilda's in the country. Good. And Vorpalbite says Sarah, coronavirus needs 21 days to incubate. So 21 days from today, do you think there'll be a spike in cases with all of the protests going on? Do you think they will lead to a spike in cases? Yeah, I don't think Rodney King would have stopped the rioting, will stop the rioting, and I don't think, yeah, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. (923) wonders if there's any correlation between criminals being released from prison and the violent looting and destruction happening in Democratic-controlled cities. Vorpalbite thinks that George Floyd died of corona, and he thinks the riots will cause a spike in corona deaths, or cases at least. Huh, interesting, Gilda. Pangolitis thinks the cops are burning all their cars to get new cars. About 20 days ago, they said infected homeless patients on Skid Row vanished. And it did spread to most Skid Row homeless shelters, despite efforts to stop it. Yeah, I believe that most of my elementary students get along until, it's like most people get along until it's like Black History Month, and then sometimes discussing the history of slavery, then it seems to create tension. Well, I'm so glad you enjoy David so much. Connect, enjoy. And then it's possible Bengalitis, but then it's possible that you'll get caught and suffer the consequences of your actions. Yes, they investigate theft after riots are over. They use the video of the event. It takes time, but eventually. Were there any deaths with this semi-truck that ran over, drove through a crowd of protesters on a bridge? The driver was hospitalized after being dragged from his truck and beaten. But amazingly, nobody else was hurt. Wow. Good night, Gilda. Ron has a point. He says the protest should not be focused on race. There's too much power in the hands of government and police without our consent. He believes the focus should be on police brutality. I'm sure David will love that, Gilda. Did you miss the riot in the room yet? No. So LA County issued a 6 p.m. curfew. Trump retweeted a suspended QAnon follower. Wow. Yeah, a lot of people are blaming George Soros for the riots. Here's a list of cities that have imposed curfews. 40 cities and Washington, D.C. have imposed curfews tonight.
George Floyd! I can't breathe! I can't breathe!
This, okay. All right, so Arizona has a week-long statewide curfew. In California, there's a whole bunch of cities that have issued curfews. Colorado, Denver, Colorado has a curfew. There's Miami, Orange County, Jacksonville, and Orlando and Florida have curfews. Atlanta, Georgia, Chicago, Illinois, Indianapolis, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, Detroit, Michigan, Minneapolis and St. Paul in Minnesota, Kansas City in Missouri, Atlantic City in New Jersey, Rochester in New York, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, and Toledo in Ohio, Portland and Eugene in Oregon, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, Charleston, Columbia, and Myrtle Beach in South Carolina, Nashville, Tennessee, Dallas and San Antonio in Texas, Salt Lake City in Utah, Richmond, Virginia, Seattle, Washington, Milwaukee, and Madison, Wisconsin. I think it'll, I don't think you have to worry about it 210 until it shows up at your house. Major highways in Minnesota have been closed. Mariana feels like if it shows up at your house, it's too late. It's pretty crazy, 923. I don't know where they all are coming from. "46 people were shot, 16 dead in a weekend shootings across Chicago, but not one riot because of those people." Mariana says, "I don't feel that way. I'm stating facts." Yeah, not many people do have horses anymore. That's true. Bengalitis.
Sorry for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, 923. Thousands of people can mass assemble and protest, riot, but your kid can't have an outdoor end of the year gathering with half her class. Sure, makes total sense. Bangalitis feels that with universities shut down, most college students will take it out on society that they're not getting their college education or something. That's interesting. Thanks, Mariana. I'll show this on the screen. It's rather interesting that none of these Well, you know, it's ironic that you say that final dream because in this picture that the Salt Lake City is asking for help, there's no one. It appears to be a Caucasian individual. There's one person standing here, but they're not touching the vehicle. Here's a Caucasian individual, another Caucasian individual that are flipping a police car. So that's interesting. Ah, Ron, that's good. I'm glad that you'll be trying David's English muffin pizzas this week. Pizzettes, he calls them. And then they also said this person as well, burning the Salt Lake City police vehicle. They're questioning this person for setting the vehicle on fire. Thanks for sharing that, Mariana. So will they try to get information for people that destroyed property during this time? Absolutely, they will. Yeah, they should be. I think the body cameras will come into effect during this looting period, and they'll be going back over the cameras if they can't take the people into custody now. Yeah, you're right, 923. Innocent until proven guilty. "923 says, or he's quoting somebody's tweet that said that they're trained to arrest people by putting their knee on their shoulder or something. Knee on neck to induce unconsciousness. Yeah. You can't criticize other countries for how they treat their citizenry, because now you're seeing how our country treats our citizens. Yeah, it is a good thing that most protests are peaceful. A crowd gathered to clean up the Minneapolis Target damage from the looting. And CVS pharmacy stores closed across 20 states. So if you plan on visiting one, you need to call to make sure they're open. Yeah, a lot of people are. I would agree that it's prone to looting more than violence per se, because then they're like, oh, well, the window was open. I was just doing what everybody else was doing. That's why what I think that person with the mask and breaking windows was inciting looting. You should be held accountable a lot more than anyone who actually loots. Yeah. Well, up here in Seattle, Washington, they have one of those distribution centers, so hopefully that won't happen, but... Sarah, we're almost halfway done with 2020. Wow. Would you say it's been a bad year overall? Yes. Yes, I would. I mean, yeah, it has definitely not been my favorite year. Last year was my favorite year. 2019 was actually probably the best year of my life. One of the best years of my life. 1997 was another good year. What do you think? How do you feel about 2020? I thought 2020 would be a good year. Wow, in Texas, a SpaceX South Texas facility exploded. I really hope not, Bangalitis. That was a test that they had at their facility. Boca Chica Beach, Texas. A fire explosion followed by a sonic boom. There was a failed test just before 2 p.m. today at SpaceX's rocket testing launch pad. The Starship SN4 prototype exploded on Friday. Onlookers were watching about half a mile away. The blast was so loud that cars shook and car alarms went off before construction workers at SpaceX hangar ran out to a chain link fence to see what had happened. Police had closed down the highway to traffic. Border Report had just gotten through the checkpoint 20 miles away en route to film a story in anticipation of Saturday's planned manned launch in Florida. The fire burned for about 40 minutes following the blast. They at last had an explosion occur in February when the Starship SN1 suffered a cryogenic explosion. Wow, they gave him a $30 million incentive package to move to South Texas in order to build the first commercial rocket launch pad in the country. This is a border region in South Texas. It's on 5 acres. The 5 acres were donated to the company. Wow. The city of Brownsville put up $5 million. The state of Texas put in $15 million. 5 acres of land was donated from the nearby port, and the University of Texas Rio Grande added $10 million to begin a Stargate program. There's a contact tracing for the Minnesota is using contact tracing to track protesters as the demonstrations escalate. Yeah, I don't think Grimes was anywhere near that facility. Lego Injury says they were conducting static fires tests. It's a very dangerous test. Somebody forgot to ground it maybe, but it's still the safest way to test an engine. If it explodes, nobody gets hurt. Okay. Thank you, Lego Injuries, for explaining that. So they're using contact tracing to track protesters. There's a lot of protests going on all around the country. So they're using contact tracing to understand who the protesters are and where they're coming from. It's been previously used as a part of a comprehensive coronavirus response. So are they using phones? What are they doing for this contact tracing? There could be. This process, they say, has led them to conclude that much of the protest activity there in Minnesota is being fueled by people from outside coming in. The governor told reporters as much as 80% of those being destructive are from outside Minnesota. That is May 30th, and then I saw a thing that said they had to walk back on some of that, talk about that, from that they were outsiders coming in.
We're here. St. Paul had that claim. St. Paul.
But then they had to say that's not necessarily true.
The Twin Cities made a disclaimer saying that they were all from Minnesota, but the St. Paul originally said everyone they arrested was from outside the state.
I know.
We saw that. So there's a lot of contradictions there. We can expect a lot of misstatements by police because they're trying to cover their butt. They don't want to look bad. So one thing we know about Donald Trump's administration is he doesn't want to look bad. He won't admit fault or he won't admit guilt in any way of any sort. So that's one thing we can predict will happen.
Somebody said that, it takes 21 days for the coronavirus to incubate. So if it's we could see this
2 weeks from now, sure.
2 or 3 weeks from now, if there is another spike.
Yep. And we'll see. We'll see if there's a spike in the hospitalization issue, if we see an increase in hospitalization. But right now we've seen very empty hospitals. In fact, they're laying people off. So the first wave wasn't very big. So kind of like an earthquake, the aftershocks are going to be smaller. So smaller than a very small first wave. I don't think we have to worry too much. Unless something new is going on that we don't know about.
And usually it's people that are putting themselves at risk.
Right. And it's only people that are really risking it that are really possibly going to get infected. You're right. So staying 6 feet away from everybody is probably our best bet, no matter what. So use that as your common denominator. Okay, everybody?
Okay, Amber.
Thank you, Sarah. She's good.
She's so cute.
She loves that corner over there. She likes to
She likes to put her head against something stable, maybe.
Yeah, well, she likes kind of to put herself in a nook, and she likes to protect herself on all sides. Cats like to get cozy within their own world. Was Trump golfing today? I don't know. I'm not tracking his activities. If he is, that's great. I'm glad he's getting some exercise. That hydroxychloroquine he's on might have some adverse effects, so he may want to be monitored. I think they normally watch the president's blood pressure and his heartbeat and everything. That's a standard operating procedure, I think. I would assume. Yeah, well, we want to talk about hypocrisy here. That's the thing. We want to raise all kinds of contention to the mainstream narrative, for sure. What are we supposed to believe? That's the question. What are we supposed to believe? Low energy, yes, it happens. You're going to do trying the Dave's mini pizzas with the English muffins. It's really a simple idea, and I'm sure if you go all out and get yourself some mini shrimps and put them on there, get a can of those canned shrimp, that's pretty good. I would go with shrimp mini pizzas myself, but I went with a low-cost solution, under $1 a piece. They were like 50 cents a piece when I made them. But I used Dave's Killer Bread. Yeah, that guy's got really good recipes of organic and non-GMO wheat. I swear by that stuff. He's good. He's a good guy. He pulled himself together out of prison. He's a real success story. Yeah, and he sells all across the country now. Assuming he's able to get through some of the riot zones. And of course, food shortages would kick in if you have riots for more than a couple weeks. That wouldn't make life fun for any of you. It's fine if thousands of people gather together and stand next to each other, but if you want to wear a mask, social distance, at the store, they want to kill you. Oh yeah, I know. Exactly. The whole thing is upside down, misanthropy. Nobody's really should be allowed to tell anybody that there's a social distancing law. It's against your right to assemble to tell you cannot go out and do whatever you want with your friends. It should be an advisory issue, not a mandatory issue. It should be an advice thing. The government should advise you to do that, not tell you you're going to be ticketed if you sit on a park bench in Vermont with your child. And your child may be taken away and CPS may be called. To go out on a park bench in Vermont, in Nazi Vermont? Boy, there's socialists out there. They're national socialists, just like the Nazis, the goose-stepping Nazis. Same with Massachusetts. We got problems with communist enclaves. Same with Oregon, Washington, and California. The libtards like the protests. Just like Nancy Pelosi, she's enjoying the fact that the economy's crashing. She thinks it's going to be a win for Joe Biden. Joltin' Joe Biden, who can't even say a word or a sentence without being incoherent. He likes roaches, though. We do know that. I'm using the word riot, yeah, because there are riots going on. You got droids? You want to talk about your hemorrhoids versus the riots? What? Time to arrest the elite. Well, Jacob, there's a whole list of these people that need to be investigated. We already know the Jeffrey Epstein story needs to be continued. Donald Trump never bothered to really do anything because it's his friend. He wants to protect his friend, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's still alive, I believe. I'm not going out on a limb saying that either. If you go to our website, coolrock.com, you'll see that I have a Flipboard link. And my website, I should say. It was developed just for this purpose. You can see the show here, catch our show, and yeah, right here. You'll notice the Jeffrey Epstein link is on the left, right here. And this is a whole link library we have of various other magazines, but this is the Epstein magazine, and yeah, if he was spotted alive, and he was, according to this story, you're looking at a guy who got away with it, and that's something serious. You're looking at government officials, Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci, on a similar level, getting away with eldercide. You're looking at numerous cases we need to start investigating, like ASAP. But Cool Rock. CoolRock.com, I created the site back in 1995 as a social gathering place. Kind of like healthy fun, fun and free. Yeah, and does it matter if libtards are not social distancing? They're creating their what they call herd immunity. As long as they're not injecting themselves in me or forcing me to take a toxic vaccine or stick a Q-tip down my nose, I'm fine with that. If they want to herd inoculate themselves by hanging around and, I don't know, deep French kissing out there in public with, transgenders, it doesn't matter to me. If all the Democrats want to go out and have a Wesson oil party and get it on, that's their problem. It's not your problem. It's not your place to tell them they can't gather at the river. We shall gather at the river. 99% of them not even standing next to each other. Yeah, well, that's the point. Why are you worried about that? Why is that such a big deal? Pitoro. I mean, let them do that, misanthropy. It's not a big deal. I mean, seriously. Aurora pop-up travel. These food pantries feed hundreds amid COVID-19 paddle. What's going on with that? Oh, yeah.
Growing here in Aurora, cars stretching as far as the eye can see this morning. Countless families waiting for free groceries. The demand growing here in Aurora, according to the mayor. Hundreds upon hundreds of cars came this morning as food was passed out. One family telling me it will give them a boost during this difficult time.
Help us out of that. She got her hours cut. I'm not working. He lost his job for the summer.
Catherine Thomas emotional as she waited for her groceries.
A lot of people need help and they don't know where to go get it. So this is great.
In Aurora, the city is working with the Northern Illinois Food Bank, the Quad City Urban League, the Marie Wilkinson Food Pantry, and others in providing free groceries for families with this pop-up food pantry today.
That's cool.
Sadly,
Yeah.
that need is growing substantially right now.
Wow. Okay, good.
Substantially. There are 38 million Americans who have applied for unemployment.
Aurora's Mayor Richard Irvin says the food pantries have seen demand for food double and sometimes triple over the last 2 months, and traffic lines have been stretching for blocks during food distribution days.
Today, what we're doing as a community is we're attempting to make sure that everybody has a meal, that no child goes to sleep hungry.
This site at Phillips Park allowing cars to drive through for pickup. Food pantry leaders saying they could not do this without volunteers.
Anybody that has a small group that wants to help do something, reach out to your local food pantry. They need you.
This pop-up pantry line equipped with enough food for 800 families. The line opened for 2 hours this morning, and the city hopes to hold another event like this sometime soon.
Thank you. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good story. You did real good. That was a good thing. We won't send you to the cornfields today. That was real good. Oh yeah, this happened. Why do these people act so shocked when they try to fight a car? That could be hurtful. You know, I bet there's a couple broken bones, but at least it didn't keep driving and go lump to lump to lump over it, you know? Yeah, that was a plus. Look at the bright side of everything. It's going to get bright red pretty soon. Dave, Donald News. Okay, why are we only looking at your links now? What happened to all the other people? Where have all the link masters gone? Long time passing. What about Shanghai Disney? Has that been open yet? Wouldn't you like to go there? You should be in school. Yeah, where's Greta during the riots? Is she going to make a statement about the riots too? And Greta will now speak on the riots. Trump says he will designate Antifa a terrorist organization as GOP points fingers at extremists. Yeah, but there's one missing story there, Pitoro. George Soros' name? Let me take a look at this article and see if I can find George Soros' name in the Antifa story. Let's see, S-O-R-O-S. Finding, locate, Soros. Soros. Oh, that's the wrong, no. I went to history, I'm sorry. Yeah, hang on. There we go. Oh my gosh, there's no mention of the word Soros there. So this whole article about Antifa and Donald Trump didn't mention the word Soros. How weird is that? Because Donald Trump is standing up for Soros. He's running cover for him. He wants to make this all about Antifa, like that's baggage Soros could lose, when he's already been tied to Antifa and support. No, I mean Disneyland, not Pedo Land, Jacob. That's just ridiculous. Just because they got 30 of those pedophiles down there in Disney World a couple of years ago, all at once. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let me be clear about one thing. People are more important than property. Black lives do matter. Governor Roy Cooper. That's good. Well, you know, white lives matter too. Black lives matter. I think we all matter, including your brain matter. Reddit. Kind of damage a rubber bullet does. Oh, I want to see this. Because if I ever get hit by a rubber bullet, I'll know it's a rubber bullet. Click to see. Okay. What is this, like a scratch and sniff for the internet? Holy crap, that was a rubber bullet? Oh my gosh, that poor woman. That looks pretty horrific, man. I'm so sorry. At least she lived, but my God. Wow, that was like a shocking moment. Did you see that? My reaction, my face was like, whoa. You know? She will be scarred forever. That plastic surgery can't get rid of that. That poor woman. Shocking moment. Los Angeles police opened fire at unarmed protesters. Take a look. And Reddit, you've got another one? You got that. Okay. 55. Okay, we'll take a look at that too. Wow, we're just bringing the links in. Bringing in the links. Bringing in the links. We shall go rejoicing, bringing in the links. Shabbat, shocking moment. LA opened fire on unarmed protesters. Let's take a look. Here we go. Wait a second. This is another one, and I can't keep going. No. We're going to try to not foment the anger level, black versus white. That's not really in our best interest tonight. Yeah, I think we need to minimize the racial conflict here as we bring in the sheaves. Yeah, we're not going to be doing Sanctuary City and just fomenting hatred toward blacks or whites. That's just wrong. Man dies with a whopping 55 blood alcohol level, was reportedly listed as COVID fatality. We saw that a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I remember playing that same clip. And then this clip. Cop forcibly removes fellow cop's knee from protester's neck. Let's watch this.
Off his neck! Get your knee off his neck! He has his knee on his neck! Get your knee off his neck! Get your knee off his neck! Fence line! Get your knee off his neck! Get the off him! Get your
Well, that would be a training video for future police force with sensitivity training. That would be nice. Yeah, I just think cops have been very, very roughly trained. Did the Israeli Defense League come in here and did JDL come in and train those officers? I know they had some training programs that they were collaterally working with Israel. That's the same neck hold that they use against Palestinians. Yeah. Dallas PD was spraying pellets that hit a woman. Uh-oh. Let's take a look. Uh-oh. This is not good. Oh, man, look at that. Spraying pellets hit a woman who's coming home with her groceries. Nice going, guys. Look at that. How nice. She was just on her way home from her grocery shopping, and she got hit with pellets from the police department of Nazis who are implementing draconian rules and regulations. You know, if we had guidance, we wouldn't have this problem. Yeah, we've got lack of guidance. All right, another COVID fatality at 0.55 blood alcohol level. Yeah, happens. Drank himself to death. How about some music?
It's honestly weird. There's literally like a 12-year-old out here, 13, maybe 14. I don't know what the fuck y'all got running.
I'm not going to do the show with the mic anymore. I decided that the best way of doing the show is with the mic off. Well, I prefer it. You know, that way I can go in and trim the show every night. Yeah. It gives me a chance to talk about things that may or may not be relevant to the show. Kind of give me a screening of the show in advance. Now, we do know that this interloper was a cop from St. Paul. He's been identified. He did try to start the riots, so we know that everything so far across the country has been inspired by the government itself. Yes. Thank you. Well, my mic control is considered my best ability. Having control over that mic gives me the ability to pre-screen my conversation before I talk. I think it's an added bonus. I think it's like one of the best things I've got going so far is my ability to shut myself off at any time. Very interesting. You got it queued up? Let's take a look.
Speed. These facilities will make enough.
Okay, we got something coming up. This proves 100% that the RFID chip is in the 2020 vaccines. This is a very interesting little clip about the technology they're trying to push on us with the 2020 COVID ID plan that they're claiming that we have to have for some unknown reason.
Pre-filled syringes to inject every man, woman, and child in America with just the right dose 30 days after a vaccine.
30 days after a vaccine, 333, right there, Freemason.
Comes available. Plus, every pre-filled syringe can have an RFID chip attached. This will allow healthcare workers to use their mobile...
Bam! Bam! What I don't tell you, people. What I don't tell you. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
Yep.
Wow. Let's go back, people. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
I may be mistaking what it just said a while ago. Let it run again. Wow.
Plus, every pre-filled syringe can have an RFID chip attached. This will allow...
The syringe? No, people. The RFID chip is going in your body. That's the mark of the beast right there. Is it a fucking coincidence? They have one on every syringe? Or they have it in the syringe? Which one it is? I already told you, people. It's small as a rice grain. A grain of rice. You imagine that? It's small as a grain of rice. You can get any kind of surgery, anything done, and they put it in your body without you knowing. Remember, I did a video about it about 4 years ago, where some woman find one of these in them, went to the hospital, get an operation, and they plant the chip in that person, was so-called suing the state. There you go, people. Why is one of these chip, this fucking chip, the mark of the beast right here that can track you down and check your mood, control everything about you, right there with this chip. And it's on the syringe. No, people, it's in the syringe. It's gonna go in your body.
He's absolutely right. In fact, luciferase is one of the tracer luminescent elements that has nanotechnology attached to it and smart dust. So when they are planning this out, they decided to call this substance luciferase, the people that are trying to impose their evil Luciferian world upon all good people on earth. These people are trying to orchestrate an injection. And get this, it's not just the nanoparticles. It's not just the mark of the devil with the RFID chip. It's partly being pushed by HR 6666, the COVID ID testing program, which is being implemented. Again, the mark of the devil. But there's also this other weird thing. Now, we good people don't believe in this garbage about a devil or a Lucifer, but these evil people, they believe in that stuff. They believe that that person is in existence. They're doing their good or their bad deeds for that devil. So these are the people that are running the world that want to inject this stuff in our bodies. And what's worse, and I get this is the kicker. You're going to be shocked. Are you ready? Many of you pro-lifers who want to protect unborn infants, right? Well, they want to inject you with human embryonic kidney cells, aborted fetal tissue. I mean, isn't that the ultimate evil? That's the devil himself trying to inject you with human embryonic kidney cells. Come on. That's in almost every vaccine right now, currently. And that's why Judy Mikovits was so important to speak out and tell people about what this was all about. Listen to her words again. Don't forget.
COVID-19 is covering up 40 years of we put all these viruses and drove these pandemics through populations. Contagious cancer. Look at the exploding cancer rates. Look at Lou Gehrig's. We have bucket challenges and all we ever knew was Lou Gehrig. You know, look at the environmental toxins, not just the viruses, but the aluminum, the formaldehyde, these mandated vaccines, that all liability was removed when Tony Fauci stood next to Ronald Reagan in 1986. So what it makes me feel when I look at that TV, you know, I can't even describe the horror. Why are these people, Robert Redfield, all these people, everyone knew they committed these crimes in the 80s.
So true. Thank you, Judy. If I'm president, I'm going to give you a Presidential Medal of Honor for striking out, trying to save this nation from the grips of these globalists who are trying to stick us all with needles and force vax us, killing all of us with dangerous viruses that could cause cancer. You know, let's not forget, 102 years ago, John D. Rockefeller, the person who's behind the Rockefeller Foundation, which is behind this big plan, it seems, he killed 100 million people all across the world with tainted vaccines, with influenza B viruses in those vaccines. 35 different types of vaccines were experimented on, killing 100 million people, all because of Rockefeller. And now these genocidal maniacs are trying to do the same damn thing, and they've got Bill Gates doing their business. Tactical glasses engaged. Sometimes helps my rods and cones when I do that. I've noticed my vision, it improves when you give it a little flex. Yeah, the name Luciferase makes sense. Lightbringer, sure. But it's not something you want to name something you're going to inject in somebody. That's evil. You could just call it bioluminescence, not Luciferus. Come on. You got to be retarded to not think this was a real plan by a bunch of Satanists and Luciferians. This is no coincidence, folks. It's real. Oh, really? It gets better. So I should go back to it? Okay. Let's listen in. Thank you.
That's what the mark of the beast is. Wow, bam on.
Healthcare workers to use their mobile phones to automatically capture where and when every injection takes place.
Wow,
helping
people, they tell you the truth right there, people. What I don't tell you, I told you already. How much video I mentioned it. The vaccine got the mark of the beast in it. The vaccine got the mark of the beast. 100%. There you go. Where you gonna be again? On the syringe? Why would you put a FRID chip on a fucking syringe? No, people. That shit is in the syringe. That's what gonna end up in your body. That's what they want every single human being on this earth to have. There you go. That's how you choose the devil on earth without even knowing. That's why I tell you, people shall die from lack of knowledge. You're dumb enough to buy what they sell you and know what they're gonna do. They're gonna give you the mark of the beast right there. I didn't make it up. There you go, right there. There you go. Right there, people. Wow.
Attached.
Wow.
This will allow healthcare workers to use their mobile phones to automatically capture where and when every injection takes place, helping public health officials make more informed decisions. And to help make sure this vital national resource gets built on time, one of the world's 10 largest investment banks, Jefferies Financial Group, is raising $1 billion in capital.
Wow.
The
all government people, all governments.
Look at this.
Wow, they're working against the people with no brain.
Yep.
And I told you people, did I miss when I tell you 2020 was gonna be the new eyesight?
Yeah.
Of course I told you. If you can't see the deception now, there's no hope for you. You're done with. If you can't see this, that is real, what's going on right here with the government trying to take control of everybody, including chip you, you're dumb people.
Of rapid filling speed is an FDA-approved aseptic plastic manufacturing process called blow, fill, seal, or BFS for short. It's the same process that makes disposable eye drop containers. Every year, BFS is used to package billions of doses of vaccines and medicines worldwide.
Vaccines and medicines. That's what they use to regulate the damn people.
Yeah,
and I told you, I don't know nobody that on medication that's healthy. Nobody. You hear me? Once you have the medication on, you're done with. You understand?
I understand.
There's not much people that can be strong enough to be on some medication and realize that, you know what? You know, I kind of wake up now. I don't need it now. It take a lot to get off those medication once you got hooked on it. It is the real drugs. That's drugs right there. Addictive drugs. Almost all of America is addicted to pain medication and them. What you think, people? Why you think they take Zelibar and all of that shit? What you think?
I think
it's them force it on you. Once they put it on you, you're addicted to it right away.
Okay, man.
Just remember that I tell you.
I remember,
and there
man.
You go, and I show you. The moral of this whole video is 100% mark of the beast.
The mark of the beast,
man. The
man.
vaccine.
Yeah.
Don't take it. Watch the video. They're gonna take it down.
I'm going to take a look at the video now. I'm going to record this myself right now, man. Okay. Okay, I record it now.
The run.
Yeah, okay. This is what I do now. I record the video to make sure that YouTube does not take it down off the internet, man. We are going to record it now. Let me engage my 4K downloader, which you can get at Cool Rock. Okay, man. It sounds like a real black man. Yeah. Whereas I'm a white man talking like I pretend to be like that. You take the lime and the coconut and rub it all over. So we're going to find out about George Floyd and his porno career in just a second. So hang in there. You made it this far. I'm recording that. Thank you for that, Scissor Fight. That was very informative. We know more about the mark of the beast, man. Now we know. Okay. Yeah. They want to stick you with the mark of the beast. I believe that is true. I agree with him. Now we look at the porn star George Floyd. Turns out he's a Mason, man. Yeah. He is a Mason. Check it out, man. You ready? Let's watch this together.
Man, he's sexy as a motherfucker. Oh shit, let's see who this is. Right on time, right on time. Right on time. Who is it? What's going on, bro? What's going on, man? What's up, what's up?
You go, baby.
You walking here like LeBron James. Damn.
Oh, man. What's up,
What's your name, bro?
Man, Big Floyd. Floyd the landlord, man.
Floyd
That's
the
me, man.
landlord.
Right on, man.
What you repping? What city?
Houston, Texas, man. Third Ward, the projects, man.
Third
See this
Ward.
thing right here, man.
What's that?
Check me out, man.
Young risk takers?
Young risk takers, man. YRT, man, to the fullest.
You a big dude, man. You a big dude.
Man, I try, man.
I told you, you look like an MMA fighter. Like you're a pop thing in the mouth.
You know how it go, man.
All right.
Hey.
All right.
Hey.
Oh, hey. Houston.
Time, man. We here, man. This is what we do, man. You feel me? You gotta get it right. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Yeah, man.
Look at this.
Time with the lovely, super lovely.
What's your name, girl?
Kimberly Green.
Sexy. Look at her.
For real, huh?
All right, man. Well, we have a Freemason actor named George Floyd, everybody. And it also says that this Derek Chauvin is a Freemason as well. Yeah, look, I'll give you guys a link to this. Check it out. Spread it while you can. And this better be fast, because this could be taken down off the internet any minute now. Alright? So I'm going to go grab it right now with my 4K downloader. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I can't. That is just too good. Thank you. We were looking, I asked somebody to go on Pornhub and see if they can find some of his work. And apparently somebody found an intro. He's an actor, folks. So we also don't know why they didn't give him compressions. Now, this guy is also a big player in this. He's one of the cops that is being forced to break windows to start the takedown of our country, the forced planned insurrection, if you will. Now, they're going to blame homegrown terrorists, all these things, but we know that it's St. Paul police officers who were put up to doing this. We know that now. And that a Freemason actor named George Floyd was involved. Whether he's alive or dead, I still don't know for sure. Well, I don't know the names of the porns that he did because I didn't watch any of them. But if you're interested, why don't you do a word search on the Pornhub site for yourself, okay? Or wherever you go to watch your porn. I'm going to take a copy of that right now. Thank you. All right, I did get it. That makes me feel at least that we know more about this character. Now, I'm sorry if the family did lose George. I don't think he was a bad guy, you know, from just looking at him. But if he's not dead, that gives you hope that he might have just faked it for money, cash, to do this, you know. And I got that feeling when I was listening to his cousins. It just seemed like there wasn't a lot of tear activity there. You know, she kept wiping an invisible tear off her eyes, like, I'm just so sad. Ain't no tear. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. All right, we're good there. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, man. Scissor Fight came through again. Not everything is fake to me. No, just the fact that the guy didn't get any compression on his chest. Nobody tried to save his life. Nobody checked his artery to see if it was not pumping. I mean, how did we know he was dead? It turns out he was alive. When he left that scene, he was alive. He later died in the hospital. You know, how many people, you know, die in the hospital later? The autopsy shows the guy didn't kill Floyd. The manual shows he was following procedures allowing knee on neck pressure to induce unconsciousness. There you go. You seem to know more about it, Guest 923. Are you a police officer? Or are you through the training academy and you know the protocols? You seem to know you're very, very intelligent. You're one of the smarter chatters. How much are they going to stand for these? Look at somebody in the room said earlier they were very upset. 923, I think that was you. Oh, you stole the tweet. Okay, that's cool. I'm glad you did, because 923 was saying that, you know, there's a lot of business owners that are going, why aren't the police protecting my businesses? Now, I was saying earlier, why didn't the police use their LRAD unit? No, the police were too busy using a hammer to break windows to make it look like riots were going on so that riots would go on. And dropping bricks in front of buildings so that people would have a brick to throw through a window. I mean, the local police were very busy setting this whole thing up. Why? Turns out Minneapolis is running out of money. That they're digging deep into their coffer, and last year alone, they had to go sell out to the 5G networks and install 5G everywhere. Yeah. So it turns out Minneapolis is the 5G test center. So we'll see if there's a spike in COVID-19 in the next couple of weeks in the Minneapolis area. I wouldn't doubt that that's going to happen, because what they're able to do now with 5G heavy penetration is they're able to ramp up the amperage. There's no safety testing done on these things. So once they reach a certain amperage, they can easily create radiation burns and loss of oxygen. So it's probably part of their plan to like fry us in small batches to start out with. If I were living in Minneapolis, and I know one of our supporters is, I'd keep your house nice and sealed. Cover the windows. Just be careful. God knows what they're going to be fumigated with in the next couple of weeks. Seriously. All right, agreed. 189 people and animals die. It's natural. No, it's not. We know you guys are really into wrestling. You're probably part of the older wrestling crowd here, who like to wrestle and think it's perfectly okay to do neck holds on people. I got this guy over here who thinks it's perfectly normal for. Oh, okay. Yeah. David, 5G, COVID-19, influenza, chikungunya, USA riots. What's next? Donald Trump. Donald Trump's the next big false flag. They got him lined up to do something. I'm not sure what. Yeah, Donald Trump, I think, is the next big thing. What they want to do is create total instability in the country. They're trying to create destabilization. This is exactly right of the communist playbook, actually. And the socialists and the Democratic Party are being used to implement it, kind of like Mayor Beetlejuice. She's being tasked to do this, to force us to... well, she believes she's part of the New World Order governance. She even used those words. People like her and Gavin Newsom totally suck up to his aunt, Nancy Pelosi. These people are New World Order players that are they're just being like marionettes in a world stage. But when you look at Beetlejuice, you go, how did this woman get to the top of where she is in the mayorship of Chicago? What exactly did she do for the Chicago PD that got her the presidency of the Chicago Police Department? What kind of charm did this woman have? How did she elevate? And it turns out that people like her, they get funded. Big Pharma gives them money. Like people, you want to be somebody, you'll be somebody. You join the Illuminati and you can become the New World Order puppet in our region. Yeah. They take the worst miscreants on earth and they force these people, they give these people an opportunity for success. This is how they do it. This is how it's done. The Illuminati, this is what they do. You know the guys who run the 4chan and 8chan? Have you ever seen what they look like? I think one is just severely disabled. It's just, they pick miscreants to do this. The CIA runs these operations. They use these miscreants to do this. All right? Yeah, Rahm Emanuel is not the Mr. Personality. It's not like he got where he was because he's a really good speaker. Rahm Emanuel got to where he was because he basically did all the dirt for the Israelis in Chicago. He's a dual citizen. Anyway, we're seeing a New World Order takeover orchestrated by a group of Zionist elitists somewhere in the world. I probably know where, but I'm not going to say. And they just simply control what we're doing right now. And so what they're doing is breaking down the country with these socialists, communists, neo-Nazis, if you will. And that's their big plan. COVID-19 failed, by the way. They didn't get the numbers they needed in the hospitals. I believe they did an aerial drop on the entire area and probably caused this to get worse, or tried to. I wouldn't doubt they were spraying germs in the air during that time period over the past 2.5 months. Seriously. I don't think that's happening right now, but it was happening for sure. We even saw an admission in the news about that. Aviation Daily talked about it right here. Check this out. It may still be in the air. I mean, don't rule it out. I mean, they're definitely spraying RFID smart dust in the air. We definitely know that for a fact. Smart dust so small you can't even see it, like a speck of dust. But here's an article that says the Pentagon has issued an indefinite hold order to all military air wings and airlines to immediately stop spraying chemtrails until it can be determined how the COVID-19 virus found its way into the chemtrail fluid supply. I mean, according to an unofficial Pentagon source speaking on condition of anonymity, the entire chemtrail program is on hold until we can figure it out who coughed onto a batch of chemicals being manufactured at one of our suppliers' factories. Yeah. Now that was back around April 11th. Since then, chemtrails have been renewed, and I'm sure they're continuing the process of contaminating that with germs. Love is in the air, do 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 do. Love is in the air. So yeah, you can take on the worst theory and just go from there, or you can just not. Thank you. Okay, so we're looking at the inevitable reality that we are being led into this place where we are forced to be victimized. Our rights are being taken away, our freedom to assemble, our right to free speech, our Second Amendment, curfews in place, the beginning of martial law over a man who was, we now know, a porn star, a Mason, and another actor who he knew at a club, or he didn't know, but they worked in the same building together for years. It just doesn't add up. And then that ridiculous video of the person that was seen talking about, this is the woman that saw the first picture of George Floyd that's kicked off this major disaster of rioting, along with George Soros funding the paid rioters. Let's take a look at her testimony. You tell me if she had any kind of deception in her face. Take a look. Now you be the judge. This is her talking to a guy on the street after she took pictures of it.
This man died. I was the one that was recording the whole thing. I seen him die. Oh my God. I posted a video last night and it just went viral. And everybody gasped. How do I feel? I don't know how to feel. This is so sad, bro. This man was literally right here, 8 o'clock p.m. yesterday. I'm walking my cousin to the store, and I just see him on the ground. I'm like, what is going on? I pull my camera out. This man cannot breathe at all. He's like, please, I can't breathe, and they did not care. They killed this man. And I was right there. I was like 5 feet away. It is so traumatizing.
It looked like a staged video. It was like she just happened to be there talking to the camera, and it just happened to be filming in that location. Ma'am, could we get your testimony here, please? You were the one that had a viral video that went viral. Go back to this location and have these people stand behind you, and it'll look like it's really, like an event happening right during that time. It looked a little set up, didn't it? Wiggs Test Anthony says, fake crying, David. I will prosecute bad actresses, absolutely, and bad actors in this drama that is being created, the New World Order stage play that's right in front of us. We will have to prosecute these people. The good people like Judy Mikovits, who's telling us about the tainted cat vaccines with fetal tissue in it, they're going to get awarded. This woman will be our national hero in 2021. If I get my way, she would. I think she's awesome. And she fought years a gag order. She couldn't talk about this until the gag order subsided. And thank goodness Robert F. Kennedy Jr. found her. And thank the Kennedys for all the work he's doing too. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And your relatives are treating you horribly, Robert. I heard about that. Not good to be treated. To be alienated by your big pharma relatives. That's just ridiculous. I feel bad for you, man. Ask not what your relatives can do for you. Ask what you can do for your relatives. I know that Bobby has been very, very happy. Oh, we've got a call from Dr. Evil. Hold on just a second. The pandemic isn't working anymore. Go ahead and start the race war. Okay. Yeah, we got your number, Dr. Evil. We know that's what you're up to. It's pretty funny. It does seem like this is phase 2 of their BS that they pulled with the first stage 1. And they keep pitching it like it's like the gospel truth. Everyone knows that the only way to stop this is with a good vaccine that we will have to be injected with. Oh my gosh. That's what they want us to believe. But the American people are waking up to the dangers. In fact, the number of people that went and used the flu vaccine You know what, all those free flu vaccines they were offering over the past 5 or 6 years or 10 years that Judy says were tainted? Nobody would do them. Hardly anyone would use them, as they couldn't give this stuff away. 10% of the people in this country are actually pro-vaccine. But the media wants you to think that it's the opposite. The 10% are against it. No. Most people are against this whole thing. Word got around, you can't inject people in their blood with unknown substances from God knows what Luciferian world it came from without them freaking out. And you tell all your Christian friends that Donald Trump wants to force vaccinate you. Seriously. And they'll start thinking about joining our third party, fighting for your rights. Seriously. Tell your Christian friends that Donald Trump has not said he will not force vaccinate you. He will not commit to that. I will not force vaccinate you. I promise you that. I won't force test you either. It's a violation of the Nuremberg Code. All this has to start making sense to you folks. It's very simple and basic. Donald Trump won't commit to it. Joe Biden won't commit to it. That neither one will say no forced vaccinations, because both of them are in the clutch of the New World Order. Both of them. They've got the two parties in the palm of their hands. The rich people do. I mean, the super rich. It's time for your right to party. We were looking at the Rothschild investment plan for Tesla Motors. I do believe that their investment is rather short. I've analyzed the Edmund Rothschild investment portfolio, and he's only put $176,000 into a Tesla stock, which seems so minuscule compared to the investments overseas in many other very important companies. Oh, these people love to just make money with their money. They think they are the ones that have a secret. Yeah, they were born rich. That's the big secret. We can't prevent a virus because it mutates. That's right. So it makes no sense to have a vaccine. Exactly. That's been my point all along, Chucklehead Charlie. Thank you so much. Thanks for understanding. More riots to come? Okay. This too shall pass, everyone. We had Ferguson, we had Occupy, we had Baltimore. Here we go again. The same group of Antifa people funded by George Soros, and Trump won't even call out his friend George Soros and call it a spade a spade. We are looking at live looting, vandalism, and George Floyd protests as curfew looms, watching live. Notice there's no chat here. Chat is disabled for this live stream. Yeah, they don't want anyone posting like me. You got to laugh at these New World Order created riots, I know. And the sheep involved in this stuff. You live in the woods and far from this insanity? Cool, Jacob. So do I. I live in the deep woods. I didn't tell you that, but it's the truth. Yeah, I got my cabin. I'm backed out here in North 40. Nobody can get to me. I'm all stocked up, too, ready for the apocalypse. Or the pork lips. I think I bought some pork lips and stored them in vinegar. If you're looking for a really good experience during the apocalypse, you may want to stock up on good, heavily marinated pork lips. Yeah. I don't see much going on. See, this is kind of like the gathering out in front of the hospital in New York. I mean, it's mostly police protest. Pretty soon, all the police departments are going to be doing a big, huge show of force in front of all these locations. And they'll call that a big riot or something. Kind of like the nurses in New York last month. This is pretty funny. Okay. They're planning on it, yes. Well, they've already been spraying us with chemicals for years, Connect Joy. So, yeah, they do want to get rid of the human race. But it's not working for them. Every single method they're using is failing. You got to understand, these are really evil people. And they're not too bright that are implementing these plans. It's true. They're just very evil. No face masks allowed in the store. Lower your mask or go somewhere else. Stop listening to your government. They're dumbasses. This is the store policy for our employees' safety. Please comply or go somewhere else. I want to go to that store. It's definitely not Trader Joe's and Palos Verdes. They called a woman who didn't wear a mask. They called her the cops on her, and she put it on film. We played it during the shut-in show. I don't know, man. I don't see much of a real gathering here. This is just a show for us, so I'm going to pass on that. Thank you. We don't need to continually show the police as some sort of a big, huge, major reaction. It's more like reaction time as opposed to revolution time. So right now we're going to see the big police presence in all cities and major, that's coming. Okay, I'm going to put this in the lineup and then I'll get out of here. They hit the Prada and Gucci stores in Santa Monica. I know. They ripped open those stores and took all their $1,000 suits. Nordstrom's, everything, yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm just getting stuff cleared and then I'm ready to go.
You can close out of that one.
Okay.
And that one.
They're trying to contact trace while they can't even control riots. That's hilarious. How are they planning on contact tracing protesters that they can't even control?
Cell phones.
This one too?
Cell phones.
Oh yeah, of course. But that's right. Anybody who received money from George Soros could be contact traced on their cell phone. Hey man, did you get the money from George Soros to do this riot now? Yeah, man. Oh, hey, they know where you are, man. Oh no, get rid of your cell phone. Dude, I can't. All my money's on there. My Bitcoins are on there. Oh no, we're stuck to our Bitcoins. We can't get rid of our cell phones. Yeah, they got you tied to the cell phone. They won't, okay, they didn't bother somebody else. Okay, did they know what is right inside the Chicago Federal Building? No, don't tell them either. That'll get them too excited. They'll want to go after that cash. I don't want to make that public. They're like, the rioters want to break in. They could break into the most vulnerable buildings out there that could be dangerous. The protesters just want some free money. No worse than what Pelosi and Trump just did by taking $3 trillion draw on the Federal Reserve. Believe me, the looters are the least of your problems, okay? You want to worry about overall deaths. Keep it at a minimum. If people steal things, they do it all the time. It's not the worst thing on earth. Seriously. And by the way, Pelosi and Trump are on the take as well. Let's not forget that. Thank you. I'm going to go to the other room, and you can hang out with Sarah, the blue room, the peace room. I will open up the Sanctuary Sunday Church event there in a few minutes when I'm done. I'm not religious, but I thought we'd have a little non-denominational church gathering.
You object to the reporters calling people who riot protesters. You say once you start setting fires, destroying property, and looting, you're rioting, not protesting. I would say there's both rioters and protesters intermingled. Not everybody that are there protesting are rioting. You haven't watched any of the videos, so you think it's all lies and it's all fake and it's all psyops? .664 is glad people are protesting. I definitely don't think that we need more violence, Shelley. Scissor Fight says the stores are insured. Most of the stores are insured. Yeah, their insurance rates will go up and somebody will pay, but yeah. There were, when they posted, like, wanted and for turning over a car in Miami and setting fire to the car, that was white. Those were white protesters, Caucasian. Wow. Completely disagree with you, Shelley. We don't need to encourage violence like that. Trump says that Antifa will be designated as a terrorist organization. Some journalists have been harassed and handcuffed when they're reporting on what's going on. You don't believe people are innocent until proven guilty and they should be arrested, Shelley, and then tried by court? I mean, that's what we stand for in the United States of America. Even people who break the law by coming over our borders have their day in court. So a federal officer was killed in a shooting during the protests in Oakland. And someone has been accused of throwing a Molotov cocktail. Charlie believes that the news organizations are creating the news, not reporting it, because he said the CNN had the police chief crying. The bar is saying that the Department of Justice will take action for people that are crossing state lines and rioting in those. Federal border authorities inspecting imported goods at ports of entry have blocked more than 500,000 counterfeit or prohibited items that claim to treat or prevent the coronavirus, including 83,500 test kits, 425,000 face masks, 2,261 antivirus lanyards, chloroquine tablets, herbal medicine tablets that do not meet FDA and EPA standards. I like to put defamatory language behind us. It's people have a right to say things. I completely disagree with a lot of what they say. You think the government wants to remove our rights to freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly? Researchers discovered that low-level electric fields can render the coronavirus unable to infect a host after just a minute of exposure to the field. Though the application to the novel coronavirus is new, the technology isn't. There's electrocutable fabric, which was developed several years ago by Shandon Sen, the director of the Indiana Center for Regenerative Medicine and Engineering at the Indiana University of Medicine. He created this fabric while working at Ohio State University in 2017. He created electrically based antimicrobial wound dressing. And this wound dressing has been approved by the FDA. It's sold by Vomeris under the name Procella. This is pretty interesting. .664 says they feel they can protest all they want, but nothing is going to change. It's what I think they must think. Sen detailed the potential application to COVID-19 on May 14th in a preliminary study released online at the preprint server ChemRxiv, when it's a preprint server one, then that hasn't been peer reviewed yet. It publishes early versions of studies ahead of formal peer review and publications. He thought about ways his research could help when the coronavirus pandemic began. Coronaviruses in general rely on electrostatic interactions to assemble themselves into an infective form and attach to a host. The electrocutable fabric consists of polyester with a series of metal dots, alternating silver and zinc, printed on the surface in a geometric pattern. These metals, when exposed to moisture, create microcell batteries that generate an electrical charge. Wow, this is pretty interesting. There's no wire or external battery. The fabric itself becomes a battery. They thought their dressing could be capable of disrupting those electrostatic forces. They started testing it. The results have seemed very promising. You're using a very weak electric field, which is not harmful to a human, but is capable of dismantling bacterial infections. They're currently working on fungal infection, and now we can see it can also incapacitate viruses. They've applied through the FDA's emergency use authorization program to use the fabric for COVID-19 face masks. The company is hoping to use the fabric to develop 2 products. One is a washable mask with disposable electrocutical fabric layer that can be inserted. And another mask designed for one-time use. They hope to have the products on the market by the fall flu season. This is very cool. The ruling from this USA Today article, they say this is a true thing. Yeah, this is what it is. I'm talking about a mask that electrocutes a virus. It's not dangerous to humans. It's basically it turns it into a mini battery that electrocutes a virus. There's an important caveat that these findings are preliminary. The particular application has not been peer-reviewed. It has not been approved by the FDA, but initial research shows electrocutable fabric is indeed able to neutralize the virus after a minute of contact with electrical field generated by the fabric. The company that already manufactures this product for use as a wound dressing hopes to have it ready for release later this year in antiviral face masks. Here, I'll give you guys the link to the article. Yeah, in 21 days, you'll hear that COVID's cases have spiked in cities where the protests are happening. Or even if they are spiking elsewhere, it'll be because those people traveled to the cities to protest from out of state. That's my prediction. But some people that don't think the coronavirus is real will think that it's not. Wow, interesting, 923. Very interesting. Sarah, how do you continue to have hope in humanity? Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't even have hope in myself. I just put one foot in front of the other and continue on. And then, I mean, there's parts of my life that I really love and parts of my life that I really don't like. But I just continue to exist. I'm glad you never lose hope in yourself. You're the only one you have faith in. That's good. That's a good question. 923 says, why are they hitting like Target stores and they're not hitting Walmart? Maybe Target isn't as populated at the front of the stores or something like that. I don't know. "923 thinks they're going to start arresting high-ranking officials from the Obama administration. I wish I would always have hope in myself. Misanthropy says he thinks they're targeting Target. Sorry, no pun intended. Because Target has nicer stuff. Or Bumby did the pun that I just unintentionally did and said because Target is a Target. Do the parts of my life that I love counter the parts that I hate? They're not. They're just, they exist side by side. 189, they don't interact. The two parts of my life. I try not to, like I've always said, I try to keep my professional, personal, and political life separate, but Lego Injuries said the Goodwill in Minneapolis was one of the few places not attacked. And 923 asked, does Soros own stock in Walmart? Probably a lot of people do. Oh, they have a list of the buildings damaged and looted in the Minneapolis riots. I guess I'll pull that up. Thanks, Vinny. So at the White House, protesters had pushed through the barricade and climbed on top of Secret Service vehicles. .923's best returns have been buying Bitcoin with cash and then selling the Bitcoin. In Atlanta, they've vandalized and defaced the CNN building. I completely 100% agree with 189, who says money is an illusion. The rich hack the system with unlimited money. Completely 100% agree with you. Completely. Oh, they did hit the Goodwill. Yes. I know Microsoft is replacing journalists with robots, and you're like they could tell the difference. The journalists act like robots. They can only have unlimited resources. Oh, but you say they can only have unlimited resources thanks to our obeying. You mean with the idea that we put value in the monetary system? Or can you elaborate on your thought there? A black firefighter spent his life savings to open a bar. Minneapolis looters burned it down. VA says it's going to stop almost all use of unproven drugs on vets. What that means is in this one. Federal marijuana policy is pushing veterans to go find marijuana elsewhere. $189 says if you accept that you have to, or that you have a job, you buy their products, you're obeying. So the only way to not obey is to like go completely off the grid. Misanthropy wants journalists to go to jail because he thinks that they caused all this to happen, because anytime something bad happens, they cover it like, oh, this is the biggest news story, and then it causes more bad things to happen because people want to get their 15 minutes of fame, and they're like, oh, I have to do something bad to get that. I elaborated on that. $664 says if we keep doing what they pay us to do, the world will continue this way or get worse. We can have a society with rules, but in good faith. These tyrannical leaders with money want to implement their evil plans into our lives through monetary control. All the while, the mainstream media, Misanthropy says, blames everyone except themselves. And Charlie said, yeah, it's like the COVID story was boring, so they needed a new story. So then yeah. Bob says, yeah, there was a reporter broadcasting fake gunshots during one of the protests. The CARES Act has a tax break that benefits 43,000 millionaires. You're right about the corrupted man will break everything fair for his benefit. held a phone with gunshot sound effects by the mic. Wow. Oh, thank you, Bob.
You did that on purpose.
It eased restrictions passed in 2017 that the restrictions limited how extensively pass-through corporations can apply business losses to the owner's individual tax burden. Congress's official tax arbiter pegged the 10-year cost of the provision at $135 billion. And the committee also projected that 43,000 taxpayers who earn more than $1 million a year would benefit. The provision also benefits 87,000 taxpayers earning less than $1 million a year. That is pretty crazy. 923 says the same people who said Trump will destroy America are the ones that are burning America to the ground. "923, that's hilarious," said something like, "Looters are being forced to take mandatory temperature screenings prior to stealing items from stores. If temperatures are over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, they must return home and no longer loot."
Right. If you're a looter and you're COVID positive, we need a RFID. Yeah, sure. That's going to happen. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Oh, so one positive thing, David,
Yeah,
I
go
read
ahead.
earlier, or I was showing them an article about how hasn't been completely FDA approved, but actually it has been FDA approved, but not for coronavirus yet. But there's fabric that this guy created that can kill coronaviruses, and it also kills bacteria. And basically it's a very thin battery. It's made out of two different metals, like all batteries are.
So it's an electrostatic air filter.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty interesting. So it's made out of two different metals.
Yeah, we found a cop that was coughing out in the middle of a riot last night. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know. I thought it was tear gas, though. So it's two metals combined, and it creates an electrostatic barrier.
Yeah, silver and zinc.
Wow.
We need to buy some silver and zinc, and then he has little metal dots with silver and zinc in this mask. Mm-hmm. And then if it gets wet, then it becomes like a little battery and it's already being used, and they already actually do have a it's been approved by the FDA,
okay,
and it's sold by a company called Vomeris under the name Procella.
Okay.
And it was actually developed several years ago by this guy, and he was at the Center for Regenerative Medicine and Engineering, and he originally created it so that, like, on people that had burns or
Sure.
things, so that it could prevent it from
Bacteria.
getting bacterial infections.
Bacteria is a lot bigger than viruses. And, you know, I'm wondering, what's the mesh size on this stuff? If it's like a standard filter, even N95 won't stop a virus, they say.
Yeah, but it still has to be peer reviewed, but preliminary report says that it does affect a virus.
Good. I hope it works out. It sounds very promising.
Yeah.
I'm still working on the helmet I told you about, and we're building a helmet for Sarah, so when she goes back to school, she'll have like a full clear glass helmet.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see this thing arrive, and I'll start working on it. I've got HEPA filters and electrostatic filters as well, but nothing zinc and silver based.
The original batteries did not have power supplies. The original batteries had 2 different types of metals, and I like that idea of getting zinc and silver, because it's
If there is such a thing.
they need 2 different types of metals, and that creates a battery.
But
That's
is there
basically
silver
what-
and zinc mesh? That's the thing. You know, where are you going to find silver and zinc mesh?
other than creating your own or buying it from
Yeah.
this company.
I fed her, so she's in her bedroom, just cooling down. You know, I didn't heat the dish or anything, so.
Oh, I'll take her in
She
there.
smells the.
Oh, she's like, oh, you smell good.
She
You
smells the
smell like
turkey
my
on her.
food.
Yeah, she smells
Where
like
is
my
it?
dinner.
She's like, where is it? Did you bring it in here for me? I'll take her in.
Thank you. All right, thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it.
You brought your food in here.
Okay, the electric face mask is from the Israeli Institute of Face Technology. They specialize in facials. Self-disinfecting electric face mask reportedly killed coronavirus. Nah, I'll wait till the studies come out. I want to know what the mesh size is. Checking mesh size. It's oddly mysteriously missing from this. We've seen these same kind of people from India talk about all the great things they can do in India. Yes, oh yes, it is very, very tested to very, very well kill coronavirus. No problem. It is fully tested. Sure. Okay, I believe this. And the guy that eats bricks too. Well, we'll take a look at it closer. I'm not going to dispense the idea. I like the concept. It's good. But breathing in electrostatic air, it can't be good. Of course, we're breathing everything else. COVID-19, microfibers, nanoparticles, heavy metals, mice in space. Uh-oh. We had another appearance of the famous loop mice located on the SpaceX Adventure ride. Oh, it's a 5-minute video? Okay, I'll get to that later. Great. And what else? The sign language interpreter. Let's talk about that guy. I will take a look at him now. It will attract smart dust. It might prevent smart dust from coming into your face, though. Check out the translator here and find out if she's making real signs or is she somehow communicating with alien beings.
Is one of the most heartbreaking weeks in American history, certainly in Minnesotan history. We woke up at the beginning of this week to, as we all know, a disgusting, disturbing video of Mr. George Floyd being wrongfully killed. He was unarmed. He was not a...
What are we looking at here? I don't care if the woman looks... Maybe she's dating a mayor from Chicago. I'm not here to judge lesbians. I had time to play my son's video. I don't have a son who has a video. This guy is a YouTube guy who you say I look like him.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. Okay. Here's a St. Paul mayor who people are saying I look a lot alike. And I agree. I look a lot like this guy. It's amazing. Yeah. And he's saying that I would like to say that it is very important that everybody understand that the protesters that came into our town were in fact we're definitely from outside the state. I would like to reiterate, outside the state. Ma'am, could you stop making those weird hand signals, please? Thank you.
Aggressive. He begged for his life. He called for his mom, and bystanders screamed, "This man is dying." And over the course of a 10-minute video, we see the life squeezed out of Mr. Floyd. Anger over his death is understandable. Sadness, pain, heartache, frustration is legitimate. We have in our community right now an enormous number of people of all ages, of all races, of all backgrounds, who agree that Mr. Floyd should still be alive. We have in our community an enormous number of people of all ages, of all races, of all backgrounds.
Wait a second. Why is this guy holding a paint gun on people? I mean, it's like, well, we got a black mayor from St. Paul, and then a white guy holding a gun on the audience. It's like, what? This does not make sense, but I will play this in its entirety tonight. Y'all appreciate the fact that they did say everyone arrested last night in this city was from out of state. That's serious. I want to get a copy of that. That definitely goes down in the annals of analysis, for sure. We will take a look at that. Mice in Space coming up this evening. And this man who claims to have a special fiber mask that can make everything so special. That's very nice. And lots of other bad links that I have to get rid of. Okay. In the year 2525. Fabric could neutralize coronaviruses. Well, I'm really glad to hear that. That's exciting news, golly. Family Dollar looted in Philadelphia. There's some really good dollar items in there. They're taken away right now. It's a very situation, yeah. I am leading. I'm not being cynical. I'm being very honest. This is all being concocted by the government itself. I told you that. It's not a cynical attitude. It's being concocted by the government itself. They're orchestrating their own civil unrest. Do you not understand me? Jeez. Cynical. What are those things they're taking, those big dollar items? It's like stands, or those like, I bet they're like fans or something, because it's going to get hot this summer. You know, I just consider this extension of the stimulus. I'm going to call that it's stimulus extension. Yeah, it's not looting, it's a stimulus extension. Yeah, we're just looking at an advanced stimulus. This is no different than what Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump just did to our entire government. So they looted our government coffer. Between the two of them, they took $3 trillion. I'm going to get upset about some black people taking some dollar items? Seriously? So you're saying that you are an interpreter, and Dave, let's talk about the sign language interpreter. So you're an interpreter, and she's making signs up? Wow. She's just like winging it. It's like if I were doing that right now, and you know, you'd think I was making that up. Dave, how does a gun safe have a cancer warning? Well, gun safes have been known to have carcinogenic material inside of them. For instance, the iridium lock itself has a radioactive element in it that could cause cancer. Minnesota governor's daughter, Hope Waltz, was tweeting out intel to violent looters and rioters, just like Ilhan Omar's daughter. Are you serious? Oh my God, the whole state is a bunch of libtards. Look at this. It all starts somewhere in some commie haven of libtardism. Look at this. Well, no, it's not a safety hazard if it's got a warning label on it. I don't know what causes cancer in your gun safe, okay? I'm guessing. Minnesota governor's daughter tweeted about it. Oh, great. She's probably an Antifa member. Tim Walz, right? There he is. Daughter, Tim Walz. Just like Ilhan Omar's daughter. We knew from recent rallies and riots that it's highly likely the groups behind today's riots are domestic terrorists, revolutionary, communists, U.S.-based radical Islamist organizations, and others related to the Democratic Party. Yeah, I call them Antifocrats. Today we have more proof this is the case. We reported a few days ago that Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar's daughter tweeted out support for the protesters. Minnesota Democrat Representative Ilhan Omar's daughter, Hirsi, now retweeted a list of supplies for comrades who are rioting in Minneapolis. Hirsi. Isra Hirsi is the co-founder of the U.S. Youth Climate Strike, and her Twitter bio says she hates capitalism. She gives a list of good needed supplies, milk, water, blah, 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 for the Antifa rally people. When the 17-year-old radical leftist got called out by reporter Andy Ngo, she responded with a snarky comment. Yes, I'm an empathetic person. Sue me. She listed a disingredients and goggles and heavy creams. Oh, why don't they give them a free back rub coupon too? And there's another story, but wait. Similar tweets supporting the rioters were being tweeted by Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz's daughter, Hope Walz. She later deleted her account. This appears to be how Democrats and Islamists are communicating instructions regarding the riots through their children. So the very state governors themselves, and we've seen the signs all over the place. That tweet recently of a man that saw bricks out in front of a building. We showed you that. Anything is better than nothing. Yeah, they all want a seat at the new communist UN world government, the New World Order. You know, I wouldn't doubt Beetlejuice wants the prime position. She wants to be grand dictator of the world. Yeah, and who wouldn't trust a woman who looks like this? You know? She looks like the Oracle in The Matrix, doesn't she? Neo, you are the one, Neo. No, I'm really not. The Oracle said I wasn't the one. You are the one, Neo. No, the Oracle said I wasn't the one. She smokes cigarettes too. Do you think this mayor smokes cigarettes? How does she get that look? The look of Beetlejuice is in your eyes tonight. The look of graven evil. Da 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 da. Well, she will be investigated for sure. You get me to the presidency and I will look at the communist directives that are currently spinning out of all these libtard states. I promise you that. She's hypnotizing me, yeah. Well, I can tell you that all the libtard states will be under scrutiny for violations of laws. Andrew Cuomo will be charged with aiding and abetting murder when he said he wasn't going to investigate any murders of old people in any nursing homes. That is aiding and abetting felons. Andrew will be charged with a felony and probably serve 5 years in Supermax. Meanwhile, moving on to Dr. Fauci, the evil Dr. Fauci. He'll be charged with trying to profit from vaccinations, as well as Dr. Birx. We'll be looking at the relative statement that they made, along with the Corona Task Force and the dog groomer guy, as well as Rick Bright. And Dr. Redstone of the CDC. I assume he's a doctor. He may be just Robert Redstone. And I want to make sure that all these people know that their recent decree that put COVID positive people in nursing homes was an act of murder, genocide, eldercide to be specific. So there's definitely a case of murder. We will be prosecuting all of these people with a grand jury investigation. Then we're moving on. Bill Gates will be held accountable at the world level. I'll be assembling a case for The Hague and will be charging him with genocide or an attempted genocide and previous war crimes of killing innocent people with bad vaccinations. We will show you a list of proof over the past 25 years dating back, showing the CDC's willful compliance or non-compliance with transparency laws, as well as testing laws. We'll be using a lot of the research that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has already assembled. And we will have more than enough to prosecute these people, I assure you. Meanwhile, we're going to have to ramp our country back up again. Most importantly, our service sector and our retail sector need to get a real injection. People need to know that it's safe to travel and to visit people and to go retail shopping again. We will also have a police presence at every corner in America if necessary, if we have to create a sense of calm. Yeah, it's not that expensive to put a armed guard in front of buildings. The Minnesota mayor could have done it very easily. In fact, we already have a paid police force. Why not use it, right? Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous to not have armed guards in front of buildings that are susceptible to these types of lootings. It's ridiculous. Does that mean we want to have armed guards to go to your house? No. Are we going to break into your door and force vaccinate you and your family? No. I promise you there will be no forced vaccinations and no forced testing. In order to gain peace and calm, we have to build trust again with the American people. Another piece on the stage scene with the Masons, George Floyd, the whole thing, and the family. Let's take a look. More and more, this whole thing looks like a Masonic staged event, including the alleged kill of George Floyd. That's not to say we don't have a problem with blacks getting brutalized by cops. We do. Let's not underestimate that problem. But whites are getting brutalized too. Hispanics and Asians as well. Yeah, where the homeless people are supposed to go during the curfew, really? I mean, what an absurd world we're living in. There's riots again in Minneapolis. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, this will be a 10-minute video tonight.
Oh my gosh, the speed at which that truck approached.
Yeah, we saw the tanker barrel already careen into the crowd. Nobody was hurt except for the driver, who was then arrested for some reason because he was guilty of driving down Highway 35. Man was nearly beaten up in the crowd and then they arrested him on top of it. He's probably happy to be in jail just to protect himself. Homeless are used to getting beat up by cops anyway. Well, Jim, coming from you, that's very violent. And how the hell did you get unbanned, Jim? I banned you last night. Is Mark unbanning you every night when we go to bed? Where's Michael Jordan? Where's Oprah? Where are these huge influencers who are black but not speaking out right now? Exactly. It's like they tacitly want riots. If I saw rioters beating the homeless, I would be moving in right now, and we would be using every means possible to stop them. Absolutely. Like I said, they haven't even used the LRAD unit or the active denial system, which are perfectly good, ready to go for crowd control. Explain why they're not using crowd control right now. The only answer is they're purposely trying to get this thing to really get worse. That's the only answer to this problem. LRADs would easily disperse these crowds. We'd have no problem whatsoever with looting. The whole thing could have been properly handled and wasn't. Every single SWAT team in America, and it must be one in every city now and across the country, they all have LRAD units. I mean, this is a no-brainer. You just put the LRAD unit, beep, beep, and everyone like disperses. I didn't want to cause audio problems for any of you. I'm thinking of creating a product, call it Tahiti in a Bottle. But don't take my title. I'm already getting TahitiInABottle.org right now as we speak. Tahiti in a Bottle is already taken.com. Okay. David, if you saw a black man getting abused by a white cop in front of you in Seattle, what would you do? I'd go up to the cop and I'd actually insist verbally that he get off the black guy. So much so that the cop would turn on me. But you see, I wouldn't even getting out of my car in Seattle. So I rarely even get out of my bulletproof compound. I mean, really. When I was younger, than I am today, because I'm still young. When I was younger, I ran across a situation in Santa Monica, California, on Main Street. And I used to spend a lot of time down there. Now it's like a war zone right now, but believe me, this was kind of around the same time as the LA riots. And I saw a guy in a little small putt-putt, like a small little subcompact, pull into a spot. And he carefully, negotiated and got in that spot. And another guy in a big, huge 4x4 pickup truck, chopped down, fully loaded, big Cummins engine. And he gets out of the truck, goes to the little guy in the little subcompact, says, "That's my spot, you jerk off," whatever. And and he just starts wailing on the guy. He goes into the guy's, right into the window, pulls him out. And the guy was just going, "Hey man, I didn't notice your spot." And it pulls him out and just starts going, boom, 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 boom. And the guy's girlfriend is screaming and crying, right? And I'm across the street. And no, this wasn't a racial crime. This was just one guy thinking his spot was taken, right? Yeah. And I'm across the street and I say, "Hey, break it up right now. Walk away right now." And you just keep yelling at the guy. And he's like, "Yeah, right, boom, boom." I said, "Do it now, or you're going to the jail, man." I just like laid it on heavy. And sure enough, it broke it right up. The guy was like, it was like probably bashed his jaw, probably the whole thing. But I prevented a murder. I did. You just have to step up and get verbal. They don't expect somebody bigger than them to start yelling at them too. You think you're going to jail? Why? I just don't think it's your place to be the hero, though. So don't always be the hero if it's dangerous in a looting situation. It's not worth it. Look at that guy in Dallas last night. He figured he'd save his business, his business for looters. He goes outside, and I'm not going to show you the video because it's pretty brutal. He literally got outside of his business, which he never should do, and he starts swinging his sword, a sword that he had, probably a collector's sword or something. He was overtaken by 3 or 4 guys, and then 20 people beat the crap out of him. Did he live? Does anybody know? Did that guy in Dallas die? Because it looks like they broke multiple bones, beating him up. The guy I know who grabbed my legs, I think he is latently gay. I haven't seen him since he touched my legs. Yeah, I had a friend for 35, 40 years that I swear I think the guy's gay. I really do. He hasn't had a girlfriend in, 15 years? Seriously. And I was asking him the other night, he was calling me on the phone, because I rarely ever talk to him except when he calls. And I haven't seen him since that episode, by the way. Anyway. I did see them. Yeah, I did visit him once, but it wasn't to stay over in his house or anything. But he called me and I think it was just kind of a strange... He said he'd never ever told me that he was only attracted to women that are 5 feet and 100 pounds. That's what he told me a long time ago. He did only prefer women who were 5 feet and 100 pounds. I was like, that's a pretty specific thing, and I even gave him an argument about that a while back. Well, about 2,500 bottles of wine later, he insists he'd never said that to me. No, Dave, I never said that to you. Because he told me he was dating a 5-foot woman right now, a 5-foot Asian woman who's 100 pounds. And I said, "That's your ideal type, man." He said, "Yeah, but I'm not really attracted to her." Really? That's exactly the type you told me all those years you were attracted to. No, I never said that, man. Really, that's exactly the kind of woman you were attracted to. So now he says he's attracted to women that are taller than him. It's like, that makes him pretty small. I realize that. Okay, so sword guy, here. Let's take a look. This is very graphic stuff, folks. You're not going to like what you see. This guy's out there trying to defend his location out in front of his. Look, I guess it's it's some sort of a building. I guess he's got a real business. I've seen enough. Did he live? Did he live? Does anybody know? Did he survive? Because it looked like they beat the living daylights out of him. Absolute chaos, I know. Absolute lawlessness. The cops didn't do anything to protect businesses in this area. Yeah. They just ganged up on him. No knife can stop that. They're going to kill him. I don't know if they did kill him or not. A mob of rioters just murdered a man in cold blood in Dallas. He was defending his store. That's what it says. Another tweet says he just got murdered. Yep. I'm not going to show you the final outcome. It's pretty sad. Our president went golfing, guys. Look, you have to understand, you voted for Donald Trump, which was a kind of a joke. You voted for a man who didn't have any knowledge or even new or creative ideas, a guy who stole things from my show, who took over 15 of my ideas, and you saw there and watched him take my ideas acting like they're his own. You've seen me censor the media for 12 solid years, not one bit of media time, and you're wondering why this whole thing happened. Oklahoma City police investigate a riot by deploying tear gas on peaceful protesters. They instigate the riot. Okay. All right, let's go to that one too. Instigating a riot, of all things. I wouldn't doubt police instigate riots. They're looking for this stuff to break down. Remember, this is a live exercise. They want to see violence in every city in America. That's their primary goal. Our government's doing everything they can to create unrest so they can justify martial law and take away our freedoms. They arrested more than 20 people during a protest that turned violent and destructive overnight. 25 people are in jail on disorderly conduct, assault with a dangerous weapon, use of offensive police, blah, blah, blah. There's a gutted out police station. Tear gas deployed as protest intensifies. A non-profit building was set on fire. Church leaders are holding a kneel down in New Orleans amid events in Minnesota. Okay.
Sherman, that's right. Now, the people I spoke with, they said that they wanted to pray for the city of New Orleans and they wanted to pray for the world. The 30-minute kneel down went on right here at Jackson Square, and there's no coincidence why it took place here at Jackson Square. Organizers say years ago, Jackson Square was the epicenter of many injustices that went on against the African American community. And now, as protests are going on across the country, people here say they were praying for the Holy Spirit to heal the country this Pentecost Sunday.
Wow.
I just had a vision that we need to come to the very heart of our city and to
pray. They're going to pray. So 30 minutes of prayer went down. Hopefully it works. The power of prayer sometimes works. So look at the looting as a stimulus extension. All right. Yeah, don't make a big deal about the looting. It's going to go on. People are obviously in need. They're going to be taking stuff. It's no different than the looting Pelosi and Trump just did with our government just now, under the auspices of the two-party system. So don't make a big deal about the looting. I'm worried about deaths. If that guy in Dallas really did die, I really, really feel bad for him. I really do. It's terrible. When daughters of governors of Minnesota are tweeting locations, giving information and helping people like Ilhan Omar's daughter, helping people who are protesters get necessary supplies, continue their protest. Okay, they're protesting a terrible injustice, if indeed it was an injustice. Now we're going to see from videos tonight at 10, we're going to see a couple of videos that will talk about all the fakery in this George Floyd situation. He was a porno star. He did know or at least he worked at the place where the cop, Chauvin, was at that location. According to the nightclub owner, of the previous owner of the club that they both worked at, George Floyd was the inside security and the cop was the outside security. So that's a seriously weird connection. We also saw a video of a woman claimed to be the woman who saw cops captured the whole thing, and then they did a video on her. Looked very stagey. Last night we saw the family members, the cousins of the alleged decedent. They looked like they were happy. And within one day, an entire mural is built by a very, very talented ghetto artist, claiming that this is the next big thing we have to look at. And the I Can't Breathe trademark has been born. At a time when people who are dying of COVID also say they can't breathe. And you don't see the similarity in these two events? Yeah, sure. Okay, so this is all the work of very big planners who own the world, who think that they can somehow create martial law scenario in America and then take over our rights. That's what this is, plain and simple. This is the picture of the guy who caught the bricks that were sitting outside the building that the government placed there. Look at this. They literally wanted Minneapolis to be ripped apart. And he's telling you, like an honest person that he is, he's a jury member, he's a citizen, and he said, you can't trick me into doing this.
This right here? Yeah, they put them there. This the setup. They put them there on purpose, y'all know where we at. They gonna set them hoes right up on the rail. Y'all know what building this is right here. I ain't even gonna say what name it is. Hey, where do them bricks go to? Where do them bricks go to? Where do them bricks go to? We gotta do better. Ain't no damn construction. Gotta do better. Ain't no damn construction around here. I see. Ain't no damn construction around here. You just gonna set a pallet of bricks right there. Oh, okay. Listen, I did jury duty 3 months ago. Y'all don't keep no bricks right there. Do better. This right here? Yeah, they put them there. This the setup.
Why the hell would they put bricks right in front of all those buildings unless they wanted people to throw those bricks at the buildings? Come on. They wanted to demolish that sector of Minneapolis, so they just stacked bricks there and they said, go at it. They released a whole bunch of people from jails across the country, 67,000 people, and they said, go at it. And you wonder why we've got pandemonium and mayhem in our cities. Come on, people. You can't be that stupid to still think Trump is on your side. Trump got bought off. He and Jared Kushner have a chance to make billions of dollars on the COVID testing, the forced COVID testing, and the vaccinations. And of course, Donald Trump is also heavily invested in a French company where he stands to make money on a hydroxychloroquine production. You heard me right. French connection. Trump family trusts are invested in the hydroxychloroquine maker out of France. Recently, other providers have been killed. The Shermans themselves were murdered in Canada 3 years ago. They were a big supplier of hydroxychloroquine. They're no longer a big competition. They're dead. Donald Trump may have been involved in any number of things, even the attack on the magnesium factories last week in northern Mexico and in Madison, Illinois, could have been driven by Donald Trump. You don't know that. So he's trying to corner the market on hydroxychloroquine. That's why he's running around taking it like a human guinea pig. We are being run by the worst, most greedy scumbags on earth. In case you wondered, that's what's going on. Just so you know. It's not much to really say other than that's what's happening. So I consider the looting a stimulus extension. I'm not going to get freaked out about the looting, and I don't think you should either. A lot of these companies have insurance. It's not a big deal. What we need is calm and not to overreact to the situation. We've seen these things go away. The Ferguson St. Louis situation disappeared. Remember the old Occupy? All across the country, Occupy protests all fizzled out. They've tried the same procedure. It's always failed them. They're up to plan B now and they're failing. Believe me, they screwed the COVID-19 story up big time when they tweaked the stats, and then they had to admit that they tweaked the stats. Manipulating statistics is part of the problem, but then they ended up trying to kill all those old people and truly killing old people by putting COVID positive people in nursing homes, the most vulnerable place. That decision from Birx and Fauci will definitely be a murder charge if I'm president. I will charge them with murder. All the old people that died recently, Call that eldercide. There's no way we can determine any other conclusion, but I'll let a jury of their peers decide that. But at least we're going to put that out there. Bottom line is, if I don't become president, all these ideas are basically sitting on a shelf somewhere, which is fine with me. I mean, I'm not worried about it. I'm in a very much of a lose-lose situation. If I succeed and win the presidential race, most likely I won't live long because these people hate anyone that challenges them. That's the reality. JFK walked into the same thunderstorm of mob attacks, and JFK lost his life trying to stop these people. But you're looking at a guy who really doesn't want this country to descend any farther into this hellhole where they're sticking chips in all of us, where they're force vaccinating us with cancer cells. If you really want to stop these bastards from implementing this plan, a third party is their worst enemy. They don't know what the hell to do if I win this election. They're lost because they don't control me. We've had people come in the show and offer cash to stop doing what we're doing. They've been trying in every way to censor this show, but the word still gets out. So the power of people really is driving what we're doing right now. They work on a cash basis. A lot of these people who attack our show work on a cash basis. They come in to pick on our show in any way they can. Another one came in. In the news,
what
Dream.
What sort of a day was it?
Okay, we got a couple good ones. In the news, Dream Fake. Fake Dream.
A day like all days, filled with those events that alter and illuminate our time. And you were there.
Okay. That'll be good. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to go round robin through some of the links that I have here because I have to get rid of things in our show.
As he was getting the hose inside, and then you've got the glass that's breaking. The tires explode at some point. Of course, the paint is burning as well.
This is nonsense. But basically, LA activity. Oh, this is good. Check this out. I'm the best for last, right? We saw the takeoff SpaceX yesterday where they're wearing designer spacesuits. And Sarah and I were sitting there watching the first liftoff rocket supposedly land. And I said, wait a second, we didn't see that thing land. It's supposed to... here's a copy of it as it supposedly lands, and watch what happens. Yeah, you heard me, supposed takeoff. That's right. A lot of fakeries going on here, Bob.
What you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down.
Lost signal.
That live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
There's a landing.
You can see on your screen, Falcon 9.
Falcon 9 has landed. So the Falcon 9 booster rocket landed perfectly, but somehow, right around the time when it was supposed to be landing, there was a...
screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be.
Of course, I Still Love You, loss of signal. The ship to shore was named, Of Course I Still Love You, is the name of the booster rocket, and it had lost the signal. Now, who would name their takeoff rocket, Of Course I Still Love You? That would be the group that Elon Musk is involved. I don't know what crack they're smoking, but clearly they want us to believe that that little rocket landed on its own in the mysterious time that they lost the signal.
Coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here. And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9.
Falcon 9 is perfectly landed. There's Macy. Macy Star. We'll play Macy Star tonight at the 10 o'clock hour. That'll be fun. Yeah, total fakery. Unbelievable. Okay, we're done with the dollar store looting event. Yeah, we covered that. And, of course, the I-35 traffic crushing. No one was hurt here, but they did haul the driver out and beat the crap out of him, and then they arrested him.
Video, Jennifer. Oh my gosh, the speed at which that truck approached, and even some of the brave people attempting to slow it down. And then look at how quickly they tried to get close to stop him, or stop the driver.
And how do you...
And then they pull his door open. I'm sure. And then that's when they hauled him out and beat the crap out of him. Oh yeah. And where were the signs and the bumpers that the state patrol was supposed to put out saying there was a large crowd on I-35? Where were those? Where were the police departments warning truck drivers not to go down the highway, which they normally drive, delivering their fuel? We're just lucky that entire tanker didn't ignite. Can you imagine what would have happened if that ignited right there? Seriously. Oh, it would have been a disaster. Would have been fire everywhere. We're just lucky somebody lit a match and lit that thing on fire. The driver's name was not Reginald Denny, but it could have been. Could have been. Fire, doo-doo-doo. Yeah, it would have been blazing flames everywhere. Well, the whole thing would have scattered out this way. All this crowd would have been burned. This crowd would have been burned. Those people would have been nearly scorched in the blast. If the metal container blew, everybody in a 10-mile radius would have been affected by it. Where were the state patrol officers warning that truck could not go there? They weren't anywhere. That's right. The state police are now hiding. They're being told to stand down and let this whole thing turn into a race war. Little do they know we're on top of what they're doing, and even the people who are involved in looting right now know full well they're being played. They just wanted to get their goods and, necessary things. I wish Donald Trump would say that, but he's never said that. He's never said, what the hell is that? He's never even commented about her, other than the terrible mayor. Now, last night, she just said, F you to him. Yeah, we heard her say, I have two letters for him, or two words. One begins with an F and the other is a U. Should have been a Y, but whatever. Yes, they are. And there are people beating up black people, too. It's a terrible thing, but again, this is all being created by our government. They're trying to create civil unrest so they can justify martial law. Geez, how many times do I have to say that? This is the most ridiculous psyops of the world. They're doing it right in front of our face, and I'm telling you what's happening, and you're still going, I don't know, David. You haven't seen black people beaten up? What about Mr. George Floyd? He got beat up by the cop. Oh, you'll see a lot of black people hurt in this whole melee if it continues. Oh, yeah. The reality is, black people only occupy about, at the most, 11% of our population. White people occupy 53% of our population, at best. Maybe even more. Yeah, I'm not saying it's just an uneven fight. Blacks aren't going to win this battle if that's what they're trying to do. I mean, let's face it, there's 460 or 480 million registered weapons right now in America. I guarantee there's a lot of unregistered weapons in America too. But if it was an all-out fight, there's definitely a numbers disadvantage for black people. White people don't just want to have fun. No, Noodle. You see, people are getting a little bit stretched to the limit here. Yeah, they don't want a race war. Nobody wants a race war. This is all being concocted. Well, one thing we do know is white men can't jump. We're not allowed to. That was an order that was placed in the 1980s. It was announced that white men can't jump. So we're not allowed to jump, so we are at a disadvantage. Yeah, there was a movie called White Men Can't Jump. I knew the costume designers on it. Yeah, I knew the mother and the son costume designer team on this movie. I didn't make a big deal about it. I never said, you know, you guys are blacks and you're trying to say white men can't jump. But I tend to believe that white men can jump, but there's no law against it. I looked it up. It's perfectly legal to jump. But for some reason they felt it was okay to write a movie about white men can't jump. If we wrote a movie that said black men can't jump, can you imagine what that would be? It'd be terrible. But this was already, you know, it's an accepted form of racism against white people. That's the problem. I think that's a problem. Yeah, you want to do Van Halen jump? Okay, we'll do that tonight as well. Excuse me. In the news, meth is for people down the road. So the people living down the road are on meth. They just said $6 million has been raised for the Memorial Fund. Wow. I haven't seen the black guys gathering to defend their local target, but I'm glad they're doing it. Yeah. Hey, there's a lot of good heroes in this whole process. It's not all rioters, folks. Blacks are not all this way and whites are not all this way. You can't begin to foment this problem without becoming part of the problem. Yeah, does Trump have dementia or something? Because sitting on his fat ass right now is not the right move. Trump started this whole thing when he said, I'm giving up all power to the, I've consented to, well, I think I have a copy of him saying it. Let's see. It's been a great honor. This is when he gave up position as president.
The American people have been so disciplined. It's been my honor to be their president. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'll say it always. It's been my great honor to have been their president, and it's been my great honor to have been their president and have been their president. I have a big decision coming up, and I only hope to God that it's the right decision. But it'll be based on the input from a lot of very talented people, very smart people, and people that love our country. Thank you all very much.
So he's already surrendered his position. He's given over authority to FEMA. What FEMA needs to do to make this official, and I said this 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, they need to declare martial law to make this official. So what FEMA decided to do was instigate civil unrest in the U.S. This is exactly the plan. And yes, there are people in the vaccine industry like Carol Baker out of Baylor College that said that the best way to force vaccinations upon the whole population is to get rid of white people.
Most diverse city in the entire United States. There are 7 Asian languages spoken in that city. I've been a minority for more than 20 years in the city of Houston. The majority is, we call Hispanic. That is not a race or an ethnicity, that is a political designation. But a lot of them are from Central, South America, Mexico. Guess who wants to get vaccinated the most? Immigrants. The battle is being fought. One family, one physician, one health center. That's why we're doing as well as we are. We're talking about the minority and strategies against the minority. So I have the solution. Every study published in the last 5 years, when you look at vaccine refusers, I'm not talking about, well, hesitants, most of them we can talk into coming to terms, but refusers. We'll just get rid of all the whites in the United States because refusers. We'll just get rid of all the whites in the United States.
There you have it. Top Baylor College of Medicine, Dr. Carol Baker on record, and she didn't lose her job with the CDC. Yeah, and she wants to get rid of whites. So you have a solution for miscreants like her. Yeah, there's a lot of people who want to get serious solutions for these people. But this Trump guy is just bad news. Now he's hiding in a shelter as in the White House bunker as protests raged. Look at this. Trump, after he said that he's going to, you loot, we shoot, which triggered a lot of aggression in the cities. That he didn't need to say that, right? Even Twitter said that's inciting violence. Trump runs into the bunker. Secret Service agents rushed Donald Trump to a White House bunker on Friday night as hundreds of protesters gathered outside the executive mansion, some of them throwing rocks and tugging at police barricades. Trump spent nearly an hour in the bunker, which was designed for use in emergencies like terrorist attacks, according to a Republican close to the White House, who is not authorized to publicly discuss private matters and spoke on condition of anonymity. The account was confirmed by an administration official who also spoke on condition of anonymity. The abrupt decision by the agents underscores the rattled mood inside the White House, where the chants from protesters in Lafayette Park could be heard all weekend, and Secret Service agents and law enforcement officials struggled to contain the crowds. Friday's protests were triggered by the death of George Floyd, a black man who died after he was pinned at the neck by a White House. The White House does not comment on security protocols or decisions. Okay. Thanks for that little tidbit of nonsense. Yeah, it's just that the White House is not only overreacting, but he's also inciting violence, which is absurd. You know, it's like, wow. This guy couldn't be any more incompetent than he is. And what's worse is the people that like him and really think he's great, you people, boy, you got to wake up and smell the roses. The Soros-funded bricks showed up at a protest nationwide. Check this out. George Soros ordered bricks delivered to all these events. This is a George Soros operation. Now, thank you for that. Let's take a look.
This the setup.
They put them there on purpose,
Y'all know
bro.
where we at.
They gonna set them hoes right up on the route.
Y'all know what building this is
Come
right
on
here.
now.
I ain't even gonna say what name it is.
Hey, where do them bricks go to? Where do them
This
bricks
is
go
setup.
to? Where do them bricks
We
go
gotta
to?
do better.
Ain't no damn construction.
Gotta do better.
Ain't no damn construction around here.
I see.
Ain't no damn construction around here. You just gonna set a pallet of bricks right there. Oh, okay.
Listen.
They got them bricks, bro. They are protesting. Wow. Shit crazy.
Every city.
Some random ass bricks, bro. Ain't no construction. Ain't no construction, bro. Just some random ass bricks sitting here.
We have located some bricks that have been left in a couple of areas. We're going to do our best to get those picked up and moved so that they're not used. I don't know who would have put them there. I don't think that they're doing any type of construction or anything like that. I sense that they're probably there for nefarious use.
Yeah, I mean, I like I like to do brickwork. I'm not a mason because I don't believe in the masons, but my dad and my mom, it's my dad, my mom, my father and my grandfather were all very, very good at bricklaying. Yeah, I can build a lot with bricks. I don't mind laying bricks. Yeah, but in a way, this is just the tip of the iceberg, really. I mean, there's a lot more planned for a lot of us.
This the setup.
And when we get three locations across the country with bricks brought in, we know Soros is behind this. We need to see if the bricks test COVID positive. That's right. We're going to send that PCR test and stick a Q-tip in the brick. I totally agree. I mean, when you're talking about my hair, and by the way, my hair looks great. Yeah, it's like you're going to have to disconnect for a while. I know. Well, I've yet to meet an alien except for that guy who said he was from Mars. Yeah, I met a Men in Black kind of guy. Not a black guy, but a white guy who looked kind of like Men in Black. And he said it with a straight face. He looked kind of like an attorney, but he looked like a mannequin. I don't know how to describe it, like a living mannequin. He looked like an attorney. He had as I recall, he had like a suitcase, basically an attaché. It looked like a dated attaché, like 1960s. Wearing a full black fedora, like a Pendleton. Underneath the Pendleton was a suit. Underneath the suit was the white tie and the black tie. It looked very much like Men in Black. And he said to me, he said, "You know I'm from Mars." I said, "Okay, yeah, sure, why not? You're just here to watch, or we've been watching you for years. We are studying the planet." And I'm going, "Oh, thanks for sharing." And I thought that was it. Yeah, it's like, okay, thanks, nice to meet you. So I had a feeling I wanted to go down to the store I hadn't been to in a while, or ever, actually. I walked about 3 blocks down the street at the end of the day. I walked in the store and I saw the guy. I was looking straight at him. And there was no exit in the store. It was like the end of the store. There was no way out. I was looking straight at him, and all of a sudden, I looked away and I looked back and he was gone. And I couldn't tell where the hell he went. You got to wonder. But that's as close as I've ever been to an actual meeting of an alien. Chris Cuomo's talking live on CNN. What about how he made a deal with the mob to fake his COVID-19 symptomology? That would be a pretty good interview, wouldn't it? Chris Cuomo comes clean about his relationship with the mob. Not to say he has a relationship with the mob. This is America's Edge. Oh, it's quick. Oh, he's actually trying to do his newscast.
Controversial thing in law enforcement and in legal theory. Why? Who cares? It's a very long discussion. There are obviously 2 sides to it. There are laws in Minnesota that...
This guy's a total shill. He and his brother are working for the mob. They're deploying a whole takedown of our country right now, the Russian oligarchs. And they're working with the Vatican too, yeah. I don't really need to go connect to him. He's more of a kind of a nonsense shill guy. It's like listening to Alex Jones. It's the same kind of thing, or Don Lemon. Oh, did Don Lemon get coronavirus? Because he grabbed his junk and then stuck it in some guy's face? Okay. Well, I don't like to show people that have already shown to be disingenuous. Chris Cuomo was completely outed. Tucker Carlson interviewed a guy who said he saw Chris Cuomo working out the day he was supposed to be self-isolating. He was out in the open working out, and then Chris Cuomo got right in his face and said, "What are you doing?" And the guy said, "Well, you're supposed to be isolating. You're COVID-19 positive." Yeah, we know the whole thing got totally outed by Tucker Carlson. Not to say he's not a shill too. They're all shills. Well, that's very interesting. So 3 different locations have had bricks set out in front by some Mason guy. You got to wonder where the orders came from. Dave talks to me when he thanks me for voting for Trump. I don't, no. We're not talking about white bricks. We're talking about racial nondescript bricks. That's somebody chatting in there? I don't want to go in there. You took 3 hits of acid and talked deeply with the aliens? There's about 8 of them, and yes, you're a Mason. Okay. So we got a Mason in here who talked to 8 different races of aliens after taking 3 hits of acid. Oh, you're believable. That's like calling Elon Musk and asking if he's purchased Grimes' soul yet. Grimes, right, his girlfriend who he's having a baby with, she put her soul up for sale. We did this last night. I guess I'm repeating myself. Yeah, it's just the weirdest thing. Grimes put her soul up for sale. Who would want to sell their soul for $10 million? Let alone for any money, for that matter. It's just this woman, or girl, or is she like even 18? I don't even know. This girl acts like she's like so edgy by being a suck-up to Elon Musk, and now people are wondering about her. Yeah, I seriously doubt she's 32 years old, or 31 years old. That's just total BS. She looks 17. What's the price of a soul? About 10 million, according to Grimes. She's working on a deal to sell her soul for $10 million. I just think she needed pocket change, and Elon didn't want to give her $10 million. So she made up this scam to sell her soul for $10 million. Oh yeah, Tesla awards Elon Musk with a $769 million payday. Look at this. We all know how completely into money Elon is. The serial tech entrepreneur has pushed Tesla's valuation up $149 billion after signing onto a mammoth compensation deal 2 years ago. So he's going to make a cool $769 million on all his shenanigans. Tesla, of course, is, giving their CEO a boost, a big salary boost. He'll need it just to finance that $10 million to buy Grimes' soul. I mean, if you were dating some woman and she said she was going to sell her soul, would you drop her, or would you give $10 million to her to buy her soul? I saw Elon Musk got a payday, yeah, big time. She knows a loophole to get out of the deal. Yeah, if her soul is not actually eternally masked with the mark of Satan, she no longer has to hand over her soul or some other nonsense. Last night we saw the mayor of St. Paul on TV, and we will actually listen to that interview tonight, where he speaks with a woman who doesn't know sign language, and he says that every person arrested last night was from out of state. That was a pretty shocking little video. Now this woman was kind of a victim, an innocent victim in the crossfire. Now, yes, we've talked about this being a orchestrated by various elements of our own government. That's what we talked about. Okay, this woman was caught in the impact. Yeah, that video was taken away. They got rid of it. The South Philly guys gathering to defend their local target. And they take the video down. Look at this, folks. This is the kind of stuff that Twitter suppresses. Check it out. A bunch of guys gathering together to defend their local target live right now. Have you seen it? Video unavailable. They pulled the whole video. Look at this. So Twitter doesn't want you to see people actually doing the right thing and standing up for people. Now, this is an innocent victim here of the crossfire of this rioting. Believe me, there's a lot of victims in this whole riot thing. There's a small number of perps, but a lot of victims.
For you to share them with the community right now, because you and so many others are going through such a rough time. How was last night?
Scary. I live in the high-rise right back here, and I seen them as they came down Lake Street. But then they turned and started coming over here, and I'm sitting out looking out my window. And they went straight to Office Max, the dollar store, and every store over here that I go to. I have nowhere to go now. I have no way to get there because the buses aren't running. These people did this for no reason. It's not going to bring George back here. George is in a better place than we are. Last night, I'm going to be honest, I wish I was where George was, because this is ridiculous. These people are tearing up our livelihood. Yeah. This is the only place I could go to shop. And now I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have anywhere to get there.
I mean, that's authentic. That was real. Yeah. That's serious. Wow. I don't know about this woman that claims she was the one that videotaped George dying. This looks a little more staged. That looked real. This looks staged. Well, look at this. Tell me this woman is not overacting.
This man died. I was the one that was recording the whole thing. I seen him die. Oh my God. I posted a video last night and it just went viral. And everybody gasped. How I feel, I don't know how to feel.
First of all, why has this got background music in it? Yeah, was this mixed, remixed? But the big question is, how come her voice is so clear? A videotape from this distance would normally have more like static. Was she wearing a mic?
This is so sad, bro. This man was literally right here, 8 o'clock p.m. yesterday. I'm walking my cousin to the store, and I just see him on the ground. I'm like, what is going on? I pull my camera out. This man could not breathe at all. He's like, please, I can't breathe, and they did not care. They killed this man. And I was right there. I was like 5 feet away.
Wow. Okay. Huh. This Michigan reporter or Minnesota reporter was using fake gun capsules to create to incite a riot, and somebody walked up to this news reporter in Minneapolis and said, "What are you doing?" He literally is using gun caps to make it sound like there's gunfire going off, to piss off people and make it seem like it's violent. Watch this. That's what I mean about a staged event to start this rioting.
You did that on purpose. You just destroyed it. You destroyed a peaceful protest. Why did you do that? An innocent man died. He had a family. He had parents.
Represent yourself.
And this man was part of it.
And I walked past and I heard him repeat it. That's why I came.
Wow. So he's literally starting caps going off. Now I've got a scene from another one. Now this is where you actually can figure out what's going on here. But we got footage of George Floyd live at a porno site that he was doing a porno with. This is courtesy of the HabibShow.com, I guess. Let's take a look. This is a porno that George was in, where he's just got to, there's no nudity involved. Just he's meeting some people at the door. You're going to see George come in, and this is the real George Floyd. He was a porno actor, right? Here we are.
Damn, he's sexy as a motherfucker. Oh shit, let's see who this is. Right on time, right on time. Right on time. Who is it? What's going on, bro? What's going on, man? What's up? What's up? Man, you got better. You walking in like LeBron. Damn. Oh, man. What's up? What's your name, bro? Man, Big Floyd. Floyd the landlord, man. Floyd the landlord. Right, what you repping? What city? Man, Houston, Texas, man. 3rd Ward, the projects, man. 3rd Ward. See this thing right here, man. What's that? Man, check me out, man. Young Risk Takers? Young Risk Takers, man. We're RT, man, to the fullest. Okay. You're a big dude, man. You're a big dude. I told you, you look like a favorite base fighter. You know, pop thing in the mouth. You know how it go, man. All right. Hey. Right. Hey. Houston. Time, man. We in here, man. This is what we do, man. You feel me? You gotta get it right. You know what I'm all right. One this time with the lovely, super lovely. What's your name, girl? Kimberly Franks. Sex.
All right. Well, all I can say is, hey, I'm not spiting the man for his career, and I must say, if that man has lost his life and it was brutal, I understand we got to address brutality. I've been talking about sensitivity for cops, sensitivity training for cops, getting anybody with multiple complaints off the force. Otherwise, this is a farce. We got a farce for law enforcement right now, and we got no leadership with Donald Trump. He's got no way We don't know if he lost his life. We don't have the confirmed evidence on the street that he died there at the scene, and we have a conflicting report from the coroner's office that says that he didn't die of asphyxiation. Now, if he didn't die of asphyxiation, what did he die of? And how come the tox screen hasn't come back with any information about any cocaine he may have been on? We don't know. I wish I knew if he did lose his life, but either way, the man was brutally treated by the cop. We should never be using this foothold or knee hold over a neck. That's just dangerous, stupid. It's the same training they give the Israeli troops against the Palestinians. We shouldn't be doing that in our country. We're not an apartheid state like Israel is, where they purposely segregate and treat people like lesser humans. So we've got a lot to look at. I predict that this will fizzle out, just like the last few attempts to create race wars in America have failed. They keep going into their grab bag, trying to come up with ways to stop us, to keep our freedoms from being deployed. They've got henchmen and weirdos out there that are willing to do their work, like Trump and this woman. They control both sides of the political spectrum, the left and the right. They think that they've got all the answers, but they don't. They've got some secret plan to inject luciferase and HR 666 in our bloodstream. Weird stuff that they have up their sleeves. So one real good way to stop these people from doing this is to build this third party up and make it strong enough to elect somebody else too, besides myself. Yeah. After I lead as this nation out of this problem, I don't know if I'm going to make it out alive. I'll be honest about that. I tend to believe that this is one of the most dangerous times in our time ever to be alive. We've got very bad people trying to push a very bad plan using the government to do it. And we've got there's some sort of a connection between Trump and the Russian oligarchs and the Zionist elitists like the Rothschild family and the Rockefellers. And I believe the Rockefellers are being deployed as part of the Rothschilds' foot soldier in this war. They've got Bill Gates making the COVID ID, RFID chipped smart dust and liquid smart dust. They've got the tattooing all worked out. They're all set to turn our country into slaves. And it's up to you if you want to fight for your country and your freedom at this point. You're not going to do anything by doing Democrat or vote or Republican vote. You won't be actually accomplishing anything. That video was made before, it was an older video. I'm sure it was made a year or so ago when they didn't have a COVID-19 thing. When porns weren't made with masks on. It's true. This is what happens when you allow such things as billionaires. I agree, Nuttall. Good point. I think processing the news at this point has been kind of sorting through what's true and what's not. I've got a video to watch a little bit later from Anonymous. I took it in from Insane Canadian. She sent it in, but there's supposed to be some interesting stuff here, but I don't trust Anonymous. I believe Anonymous is being created out of the CIA art department. They've been doing all kinds of professional videos for a long time, and whenever they make videos, you gotta wonder what they're doing. Same with Alex Jones. He's got a high-end production team, way more money coming from some corporate donor than it is from his sales of his vitamins. I assure you. So a lot of COINTELPRO. I am not COINTELPRO. I am not part of a controlled opposition plan. I'm the real deal. I'm the American people. We're trying to figure this out. And I've been trying for 12 years to build my case and get some media coverage, and I've got none, and we've been censored. So we know we're onto the right track. The fact that they are so hell-bent on stopping me is an indication we are on the right track, folks. So keep spreading the message about a third party. I assure you, we will be the middle of the political spectrum, and we will unite the country. But we need you to understand that we're not trying to take away your freedoms like the Democrats, Republicans. We want to expand our freedoms, get back to the real Bill of Rights that support our great nation. And when I talk about bringing back the USA, it's not just in words. I have a plan. We talk about this on Wednesday night, Waste Reduction Wednesday, but I have a plan to actually get our country to the United States corporation to go into bankruptcy, get out from under our whole massive debt, clear our debt with all of our major debtors the best we can, and build up the United States of America again. The United States of America as a legal entity has been retired since its bankruptcy in March 9th, 1933. We simply need to put USA through Chapter 11 and get it back on track, and we can build equity from the money we have in store for us. We have way more money than our debt in the World Bank. And when we get them to pay us back, then we'll be able to get started with an infrastructure bank and a whole new direction for this country. But they don't want to unleash their control. The Federal Reserve is the arm of the World Bank, and they don't want to relinquish their control. A private corporation is pretty much controlling our operations and monetization of our currency, which is very, very suspicious. Ron Paul was right. We need to end the Fed, but we have to do it in a way that makes sense for everybody, including the Fed. The Fed is no longer of any value anyway. They've proven to their quantitative easing does not stimulate production. Okay, here's a New York officer appearing to point a gun at protesters. Watch this. Seriously, they're willing to point guns at people to like shoot them. Well, maybe Donald Trump was right. Maybe he really does want to shoot people that loot, but waiting this long means that he's kind of blowing it. I don't recommend shooting looters, don't get me wrong. I just don't. Why would he say such a thing and not do it? Yeah, he definitely was holding a gun on these people. You saw it. Well, they already got their stimulus check, and the ones that didn't get it are really pissed. That's what happens when you hand out stimulus checks and don't give it to everybody. It looks like Mexican cartels. Yeah, it looks like the Federalists down there. Did they take over the New York PD? Now, remember the New York PD, they're famous for the big Epstein cover-up, where somehow Epstein got out of the prison undetected, and James Comey's daughter lost the videotape, and the story has been suppressed on the internet. I know. The New York PD is notorious for killing 9 police officers and calling them suicides who witnessed the Anthony Weiner sex tapes with Hillary Clinton and Uma Abedin torturing a child, allegedly. Yeah. And you notice you're not getting anywhere with your QAnon nonsense, because Donald Trump is never going to get that Anthony Weiner laptop out in the open. You know that. He's covering for all these people, including the Clintons. Donald Trump is basically a mouthpiece. He's just a big divider. And you people who support him like wholeheartedly, you're only dividing the country by being such idiots, such Trump-tards. Not recognizing that Trump clearly is on the take, trying to financially gain from everything. Start getting smarter, and we'll get together and we'll work this out. All of you have a chance to redeem yourself in my eyes. Whether you voted for Barack Obama in the previous election or Donald Trump in the most recent, I still have hope for all of you. I do. We can unite this country under one banner, America's Third Party. Join me. Be there or be square. Take care, everybody. Good night.